Get rolling. Good evening. Welcome to this edition of the Historic District Commission. It is July 2nd, just after 4 p.m. We have full membership in attendance, none on Zoom, so no roll call votes required. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
On your motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. Quick item under commissioner discussion is definition of consentable applications. Before we get into that, I just want to give members, not up for deliberation just because it's not noticed, a quick update. CLG met, and one result of that is going to be a workshop on a super index for building with Nantucket in mind, which will be a reference for us at the meetings, hopefully to be able to direct applicants and applicants' agents to and shorten up our discussion time. And the other is the CLG MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that the HCC voted to enter into as a condition of signing this for the CLG, is back on the front burner, and we've got the draft that was originally proposed. That will come in front of us. Holly, will you please add that to our agenda for the beginning of the meeting next week? The last update before we get on to consentables is old business, new business will begin the first Tuesday of August. And what I mean by that is we will be going back to when the schedule says old business, we will be focusing on old business. And when the schedule says new business, we will be focusing on new business. Be aware still that we will have new business and old business on the same agenda. So if for some reason we need to jump into it, we can. It will be separated, however, old business, new business, as opposed to alternating. And that should make it a little less confusing for people and still offer all the benefits that we've all hoped for. I met with the planning director last week, I think a very productive meeting, and I look forward to some more effectiveness, efficiency-oriented modifications in the near future. I'll keep you posted on that. Put on the agenda definition of consentable applications. You know, obviously it should go without saying that we should be working from a common definition. But we haven't actually ever come up with one. So I wanted to put that up for discussion. I'll share with you how I approach the definition of consentable, and that is two-part. The first part is that it is something that is appropriate, maybe not necessarily typical, but appropriate for the location and appropriate with respect to building with Nantucket in mind. The second part, which I hope during my tenure of chair for us to get away from, is that on a purely proclivity basis versus subjective, I also look at whether we'd get a majority vote before I put something on consent. Now, obviously, there's a subjective nature to our interpretation of building with Nantucket in mind. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about more, are there too many gang windows? Is there something that is perhaps a feature of HDC decision-making for the last decade that's not actually in building with Nantucket in mind? I still try to take those into consideration because, after all, we're all sitting here, you're all elected, and we haven't decided that we are going to more strictly follow building with Nantucket in mind. So that's the working definition I've been going off of, and I'd just like to get input from all of you or whomever feels they want to speak on this and see if we can pin this down so going forward we are using the same quote-unquote definition. And I'll start with Ray.
Yeah, I generally agree with that, Stephen. And I would say further that, we all sit at this table together and we all kind of know each other's sentiments about various things, what priorities are that various people have. And I personally don't consent to anything that I might not have an issue with that I know, some other people might have an issue with. I just don't think that's fair necessarily. to sort of impose my own opinion. I don't break it down so far as to say, oh, well, but I think there's probably 3 people that would agree with me, or, 2 people that would agree with me and 2 people that would disagree with me. Whenever it gets down to that sort of level of granularity, it doesn't go on my consent list.
Fair enough. I will just add that I actually break mine down based upon that aspect of it. But I also do take into consideration whether sometimes if a member brings up a topic that's clearly outside of building with Nantucket in mind, I don't feel fair. I feel that it's not, if my obligation is to review for consent, I put it on consent. If I rarely do a 3-on-2 vote, but if I do, and it would be under the condition that the particular sentiment is not really something for building with Nantucket in mind, noting in addition that every member has the opportunity to review consents, and if they want to call them, they can. So just not to put too fine a point in terms of a rebuttal, that's not the intent, it's just to kind of explore the topic.
Actually, you're not rebutting, because like tacit in that is that disagreement would be on disagreement within points that are made within building with Nantucket in mind,
Right.
Not neighbor nuisance, things like that, that don't factor into what we do.
Belle?
I really don't know what to say. I review everything, even if it's not mine. So if I have a concern about it, I can reach out to whoever, put it on consent and say, why is it on consent if I had a concern? But I trust that everybody sitting here is on the same page, more or less. So I think reviewing everything ahead of time is the key for me.
Abby?
When I'm reviewing, I can hear other people in my head, that, because I know their views, it's hard not to block them out. And sometimes I'll put something, I'll hold something off because I know that somebody isn't going to like it. So that you can't get that out of your head. But I think if I feel strongly about something, I would probably take that. I guess it's better to not put things on consent if you're on the fence.
I certainly agree with that. Does anyone disagree with that? We have a common point on all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on it?
Probably, but I can't think of
Okay.
anything.
Let's see, I'm gonna go, Angus, I'm gonna hold off on you just for a moment because other members have been sitting just regardless of appointed or elected a little bit longer. Carrie?
When I first started doing it, I thought, this is so close, I want to have a backup person. So I would email to Esmeralda and say, if someone else agrees with me, yes. And then she would possibly reach out to someone. I don't know if she did that or not, otherwise it wouldn't go on consent. The other thing I won't do is a brand new build, big house, no way. So there's certain things that I just won't do. And then in the historic district, I'm not comfortable, unless it's really an easy, a window shifting 5 inches or something that is a no-brainer. But even still, I'm not comfortable doing something in the historic district. But otherwise, I do all the same things that everyone else does and considering.
Okay, thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I follow the same thing Carrie does, and I usually use Holly to make sure that I'm going in the right direction or not. But any new build or anything like in the historic district, I'm much more cautious about putting on consent. And I agree, I think if I have any questions, I'd rather have it heard before the full board than to put it on consent.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, I think what I find fascinating about this conversation, I've only been on the HDC about a year. We've never discussed the process, and all of us have the same process. So that's fascinating. I don't know what else I would add to that, other than I've tried to set up some rules for myself, and it's similar to a couple things that have been mentioned. Generally speaking, anything in the historic area of Sconset, I don't put on consent. There may be an exception there, a shed or something. Same thing with town. Anything that's a renovation of a historic building, even if it's outside of town, if it predates 75, if I think Mickey's group is going to weigh in on something, or if Holly's going to weigh in on something, I don't put it on the list. And if I do put it on the list, I explain in detail why I did. And even if I don't put it on the list, I might say, it looks appropriate, but this side looks visible, and I think there's going to be other concerns from fellow board members. And oftentimes, almost every time, Holly will respond application by application and give her opinion on it. And if we're in agreement, then I feel comfortable about it. So, and I agree with, if there was any doubt, then it doesn't go on consent, which says to me that if there's two people that feel pretty strongly about it and we're all in tune with what we think the issues are, because they are neighborhood by neighborhood. There's certain streets that you know are going to draw attention. There's a lot of nuanced criteria that gets factored into the decision that is not described in building with Nantucket in mind. And I think that all of us seem to be pretty conservative about what goes on consent. Even though we have a large number of items on consent, I think that's reflective of people respecting the process for the most part and submitting even the simplest things. So that a simple window change, a fence, there are certain things that I think just automatically end up on consent. So we might have a long consent list, but rarely do I look at that list and think, oh, this one's going to be controversial. Anyway.
Ray and then Angus.
Well, this is just a point of information, and I think I know the answer. So Carrie and Joe both brought up the idea of the OHD. Now, my understanding is like, I don't mind reviewing stuff that's sent to me for the OHD because Holly, you review everything. So if I throw on a consent, if I go, oh yeah, that's consentable, Holly will always get back to me and say, well, I think we should put a condition on there, that we get some photographs of, the windows before they take them out or something. And so I know in that particular case of the OHD that, another set of eyes is watching it, and I'm not doing it all by myself. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important point. Angus, please.
So my true north is really going to be building with Nantucket in mind, knowing, having worked with it for decades, that it doesn't cover everything, and there are always exceptions here and there, but there's going to be particular sensitivity to the core districts as have been mentioned. And like Val and anyone else who's looking at the mall, I am as well. Yeah, the thing about will most of the people vote as submitted or approve as submitted, I'm a little concerned about that as a criteria because I feel like we have drifted a little ways from the building with Nantucket in mind, which is really the rule book until we rewrite it. So that's pretty much how I'm going to go.
Okay, thanks, Angus. So it actually kind of fell out how I thought it would. I personally believe that we do need to start, changing the rudder by a degree or two so that over a length of time, there's a dramatic change with respect to relying our determinations being based upon building with Nantucket in mind versus the vote at the table. I still think that it's relevant and important that until we get to such a point that we are considering our other commissioners and how they'll vote to some extent. If you understand what their sensitivities are, I think it's important. It's a matter of trust building in the process that we will be, if this is followed through, steering away from personalized interpretations versus subjective interpretations, and there's a difference in degrees there that's important. I don't think, which I think my big takeaway or my thought going into this is we aren't going to be able to come up with a definition, but hopefully we would have a better understanding, a common understanding. And I think, as Joe said, we really have a very similar outlook on these. But again, I think it would be helpful for us in the concept of the super index is that we are becoming more fluent in referencing Building with Nantucket Mine as the stewards and the guardians of that book and how it's applied to the National Historic Landmark. And therefore, we are able to convey that information to applicants and applicants' agents. And I think over a relatively short period of number of years, we're going back to Building with Nantucket in mind. I'm not going to get into the rewrite. I think that's a potentially nettlesome issue for a variety of reasons. But this is a stopgap and I think an important exercise along the way. Ray, did you?
No, I'm good.
So the last thing I want to segue us back to where we are now is, we take a look at what's consentable. By virtue of that, whatever comes of this meeting was determined by someone to be not consentable. So I think we all need to think about that and think about it in the context of utilizing what will be what we're calling the super index. I said at the CLG meeting, I didn't refer to it as the advanced index because we don't want people to think AI is running the HDC. But it's just an interesting concept to keep in mind. What comes of the meeting has been deemed by a member of the commission to be not consentable. And that also translates to the concept of we all want unanimity, we all want a good product, we have a great board constitution for that type of an approach. But as of this agenda, we have 102 items on the agenda. And the idea for me is about steering us back to Building with Nantucket in mind is it'd be much easier to say, look, the dormers don't meet the requirement for distance from the rake. That's page such and such. I've got my little cheat sheet here, and move on versus having a long discussion. And I understand a little bit of my background is architectural design, and my practice in life has been architectural design and life design. But we can't have design charrettes every evening and on every application because we're never going to get caught up. So I would just ask you, I just ask you guys to consider the whole of that because I think it's important. And the other aspect that's important is there's other really important things that we as a commission could be doing for helping to plan what the future of Nantucket looks like. And we're not doing it because we don't have time. We don't have time to discuss the stuff at the end of the agenda. That's been there for some of it for years. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to kind of nudge everybody a little bit. I'm willing to say my version of what the future should be isn't perfect, and I hope everyone gets involved in that, but we need to get to the point that we're having those discussions versus spending a lot of time designing at the table. So thank you, everyone. I hope that was productive for you. Mm-hmm. We are going to move on to consents. And let's see, Ray, you need to recuse?
I need to recuse.
So we'll go with Carrie, regular members and Carrie. Are there any, a motion?
Motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Back to the regular board unless anyone needs to recuse. And consent with conditions. Do we have a motion?
Yep, motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. New business. Let's see. Abby, thank you for these loaner specs. It's a big help.
They're very chic.
Yes, it's,
They're happy.
yeah.
You can have them. It's my
Your
early
IQ just went
Christmas.
up like 20 points.
I'd actually read something recently that said people who wear eyeglasses. That is a, much as green lawn being something that is a marketing product of the fertilizer companies, people looking intelligent with glasses is a marketing product of optical and opticians and stuff. I don't know.
Or
There you
just
go.
need them.
Your mileage may vary on that, or you just need them.
Or a dog.
Or a dog.
I might need a seeing eye dog if I don't have them.
Oh, that's like a companion dog. Ben? welcome to
everybody.
this version of the HDC, 27 Rugged Road. Why don't you walk us through what you've got? Please kindly direct staff to advance through the pages as you talk.
Sure, so we quickly reviewed this last week regarding visibility, and it was requested by you all to hold it for review. So I have, at the end, last Wednesday, I went out there, confirmed that the flagging showed the corners of the property, and then I added flagging to where the driveway was going to be cut in, and I submitted those pictures to staff. So I hope you all had a chance to go out there, and if I can make just couple quick points to the visibility. This project did go through MISA, and the clearing that you're seeing on this site plan is what has been approved at MISA. So the vegetation that the driveway meanders through will remain due to MISA's requirements. Of course, you went and saw it here in the middle of the summer, so it's very grown in. I'll comment that these pictures were taken in late March, so you can see what it looks like before it's leafed in, which is still incredibly thick. Last comment is that there are other houses along this stretch of Rugged Road on similar sized properties, if not smaller, and you can't see a single one of them. So with that, I hope that you can understand our architectural oddities on this building are related to our conviction that this house is not going to be visible at time of inspection or thereafter. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions for Ben? Any concerns?
Mr. Chair,
Holly?
I just wanted to mention I incorrectly added Joe as a commissioner on this, but it's actually Ray at the end. My apologies.
Oh, shit. So, old Ray wasn't paying attention.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
I have confidence you can pick this up on the fly.
I will, but
Okay.
you will have to skip over the.
I'll go if you want,
Val?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
I didn't have any concerns because I know the property, so I still have no concerns, and I appreciate the view and the marking with the tape, so thank you.
Okay, and just for the minutes, let me clarify.
Val,
Val spoke. The board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Ray. Abby?
I don't have concerns. I mean, there are some oddities, but because we won't see it, I'm fine with it. We just can make the perpetuity clause.
We would be happy to have that on the.
You would?
Sticky, okay. Angus?
I really don't have an issue with it either. I mean, there are elements that don't meet with the guidelines, but due to visibility, and it sounds like there's going to be a permanent screen. But I would like to have a discussion at some point among the commissioners about situations where it isn't visible and, what's the line and what do we follow there? Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Angus. Let's see, that would leave Ray and then myself.
Yeah, and I'm good with it due to lack of visibility.
So what do we want to do, folks? Fashion a motion that would include the extent of, let's see, screening created by existing vegetation will be maintained from now through time of inspection and thereafter. Val, do you want to comment?
I do. Given that there's a MISA envelope, and that requires all of that vegetation to stay, we could tie it to that. Because I don't think you can screw around with that.
Ben, and then I want to comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, so we would be happy you could attach your typical pool rubber stamp of never to be seen due to, or. in
There's no
perpetuity.
rubber stamps here at the HTC.
Okay.
I mean,
We're
except for
happy
in the
to submit
office.
the MISA as a document as well. But, if for some reason a tree fell over and you could see some element, we would plant that in so you'd never see it. So we're happy to continue to, if for some reason you can see something, we're gonna plant something so you can't see it. And if however that language needs to be put on your
Okay,
approval,
thanks,
we're
Ben.
happy to.
That's the intent.
Yep.
Abby?
Just on that perpetuity, so if say they sell the house, perpetuity goes with the
Perpetuity.
next
Carries.
owner, okay.
Because we approve based on the property, not the individual owner,
Absolutely.
unlike a liquor license.
All right, so I could shorten that to,
Kind of wish we did liquor licenses too.
I
we
motion
had a
to
bar.
approve with the screening to remain in perpetuity and thereafter, which is redundant. And the approval's based on lack of visibility.
Okay. Let's see, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that's going to be a restriction on the document through staff, on the COA.
You want me to write it like an Exhibit A kind of thing?
Just, you can write it right on there,
Okay.
circle restrictions and
All right.
conditions.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Bill, appreciate it. Okay, we're moving
you,
on
everybody.
to 7
Thanks, Ben.
Folgers Lane.
That's held, right?
That's held, sorry, I gotta put these back on.
125 Main.
125 Main, I think that's Linda? You know, I didn't used to need glasses.
You must be over
Oh,
50.
no, I needed them since second.
Well, there's only
grade.
2 people up there not wearing glasses.
I have them, I just don't have them on.
Oh, I got knocked on the head, my vision went.
We're not getting any younger here.
Linda, why don't you walk us through it when you get it up? Kindly direct staff through your pages.
Holly, do you have what I put in the other day?
And your board, would you like to know who that is?
Yep,
It's the regular board.
okay. Do you have it?
Thank you, Val.
Somebody have it?
That's, reminds me of the Osprey Way property.
Yeah.
Except for,
You want to open that one that you just had up there?
So are you going forward, Linda?
Yeah, there we go. If you want to look up at the screen, I don't know if you've got them on your screens, you probably
Got it.
do. It's a shed, 8 by 5. You made them reduce it from 8 by 5, 8 by 6 to 8 by 5. It is at the rear of what used to be the shed, which used to be in that position. When they, if you look at the screen up there, they built the studio, which fronts on Main Street. The side of it's on Quarter Mile. And they took the existing shed and stuck it on the back of the studio. And they still need a little shed. So they put a little shed behind it. And if you want to drop down below, you can see the visibility from Main Street as well as, there we go. Everything's had to go inside. There you go. If you want to look at the screen again. Can we center it a little bit?
Linda, I'm gonna, and I'm
There
just
they are.
gonna ask you to roll through it. It's a little shed. You know all the
Yeah, it's a little
different things.
shed. There, you can't see it from Main Street. You can't, if you look up above the screen, can't see it from Quarter Mile Hill. There's a very old growth hedge. There's a tree, and it's not visible from anywhere. So we just want to get the little baby shed in there.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in last fall, you all approved a 48 square foot shed through staff for the pitch to match the existing cottage, which is a 912 pitch. This is being, my understanding, reducing from 48 square feet to 40 square feet, even, not even smaller than the zoning shed, in the same location. So provided the pitch is staying the same, I'm okay with this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Holly, could you clarify, the pitch is staying the same as originally proposed or on the existing to match?
As originally proposed and approved,
And what was that, a 9 pitch?
yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Ray?
Okay, so the elephant in the room on this one is that these elevations have it drawn as a 12 and
Yeah.
12, and it's identified as a 9 and 12. That was my issue.
Yeah, it'll be through staff. We can give them a new drawing with a 9 and 12.
So assuming that the plate would remain the same and the ridge would be the thing getting lower, did we want to hear from Mickey? But that's, I'll just say what I
Yeah.
have to say.
Mickey, you want to talk about the shed?
We have no concerns.
Thank you.
The drawing should be changed.
Yep,
Yeah.
we can fix the drawing.
Anyone, any other concerns? Do I have an Exhibit A?
We'll just do it through staff and drop it to 9 pitch.
Exhibit A is quicker.
It still has to go through staff.
Yeah, but you just make the
You don't have to
change and
make
turn
the
it in with a
minutes.
copy of it, and anyone can approve it if
Okay.
it matches. It's like the game where you,
So
What is
is,
it?
No minutes.
concentration.
is Ray
Okay,
doing the exhibit A?
Ray's motion is Exhibit A to lower the roof pitch to a 912. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Okay, carries
I'm
unanimous.
so
That's
used to
Exhibit A.
roll call.
We don't need roll call.
I know, 'cause
because,
everybody's
we're all
here.
live.
Okay, Ray's up.
So next one's me. Do we have Chip or anyone to rep?
Chip's up there.
Okay. So Chip, your board, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie. 1, 2, 3, yeah, we got everybody. Go ahead.
Good evening,
Chip, you there?
everyone. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, bless you.
Bless you.
All right. If I can share my screen, I'll walk you through our current revisions. All right, let me know when this comes up. All right. Ready? Did did the share screen come through?
Oh, yeah, I can't either. It might be too big.
File's too big.
Go ahead, Chip.
Good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposed dormer at 3 Commercial. This has been before you a couple of times. And this is the existing structure. As a reminder, this is an historic structure that has been modified fairly extensively over the years. Originally, it had this sort of bizarre middle gable dormer. And then in later times, these 2 shed dormers that you see in the photograph were added, as well as that first floor
Chip?
porch.
Chip?
Yes? Yeah,
We know the history of this. Can you just move straight to what your revision is, please?
absolutely.
Thank you. You can't get yours?
No.
Okay. So it's very simple. This was actually a suggestion by one of the commissioners at an earlier meeting to just put a simple shed dormer in the middle that matches the 2 existing ones.
Thanks, Chip. Like that. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Crow's Nest. It's actually a structure predates 1880s. And as Chip said, it's been added over time. The existing north street side should stay the same. However, I do notate that the historic circa 1918 photo shows a gable dormer in the center, not a shed. Clearly, between 1968 and the present, the center gable dormer was removed and a roof walk was added. If it's not as historically shown, I don't believe it's appropriate. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, so this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. And regarding this application, adding another shed dormer in the middle does not meet the building with Nantucket in mind guidelines. It creates the same issue as having a full shed dormer. It conceals the main roof and effectively creates a 3rd floor wall, which is why the full shed dormers are not allowed under a building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Now we're going to turn it over to the board members again. Abby, Diane. Hang on a second. Okay, Abby, Val, Carrie, and we'll pull in Connie on this one, and myself, of course. Okay, who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I tend to agree with what's been said about this. I also think it just makes it read as massive, and I wouldn't want a new application for a new place to come in with this scenario and expect it to be approved, because I don't think 3 shed dormers on the 3rd floor is typical or appropriate. That's all.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I can be brief, because I'm not in favor of
We'd
the-
actually prefer you to be lengthy. Yes.
I-
And drawn out.
I agree with what's been said. I think a third dormer is too much. It just draws attention,
Okay.
takes away, blah, blah, blah.
Abby, thank you. That was short and sweet. Val and Connie.
I actually didn't have a concern with it.
Okay, so Val is under the no concern category. Connie?
I have to agree with Carrie and Abby about the third dormer being over the top.
Okay, so Mr. Webster, getting an approval on a third dormer, I think might be an uphill climb for you. Would you like us to hold for some more revisions?
I probably not. I think this was the simplest solution we could come up with. There's a room there that we're just trying to get some light and ventilation into, and I thought this was the simplest solution. So if it's not, I don't know that we need to hold for more revisions.
So, do you want to withdraw it at this point?
I don't know. I think let's just, if it's
Look,
gonna
if
lead
we
to-
do a hold for revisions and we don't hear from you for 10 years, we're not going to come and penalize you. What I'm suggesting is rather than withdraw the application, you want us to move to hold for revisions. That's my question.
well, the other option would be to just get a denial, correct? That third option?
If someone moves for a denial, that is a third option. You're correct.
Okay. I think I would prefer to sort of just close the loop on it. If someone were to make that.
Okay, does somebody want to move to deny this application? Oh, hang on, Stephen. Okay, Stephen, go.
A motion for denial should include the basis. For instance, does not conform with the rule guidelines, overzealous massing, so on and so forth, whatever it is. I'm not sitting on this, not because I was recused, but it sounds like
No,
this
it's
could be going the
Stephen,
way
you
of
got it. Yep, okay. Does somebody want to move to deny this?
No.
So,
I'll move to deny.
That means they can appeal it.
which is why you state a basis.
But that's why we shouldn't, I shouldn't be afraid to deny it, though, should I?
No, you just need to state a
Yeah,
basis.
well, I think we can come up with that basis together. I mean, my personal is that 3 in a row is just, first of all, it's a historic house.
3 in a row is the 3 dormers in a
3
row.
dormers in a
Yeah.
row it takes away from its historical
Integrity.
integrity, thank you. And it makes your eye go up, it brings your whole eye up there, which again takes away from its historicness. Because it's noisier, it's not quiet like an old building should be. That's one reason.
I think
don't
just
know.
because there's already 2 up there, doesn't mean a third is going to make it better. And because, as it exists, it's fine, but adding that third one, it's creating more of a mass, more atypical quality. It's already atypical having those 2 shed dormers up there on the roof with double windows in them, so why make it worse, is my question. That's what I think. Why make it worse than,
Okay,
so,
So-
I don't know if that's a,
all right. Stephen's suggestion is a good one. Connie, did you want to say something?
Can we mention that it's not consistent with?
Okay.
Sorry.
with
I
Nantucket?
can't hear you, Connie.
Yeah, I can't either.
Can
Are
we
you
mention-
mic'd on?
Yes, yeah. Can we mention that it's not consistent with building with Nantucket in mind? Because it's not.
Yeah, yeah. Now, so somebody wants to put that in the form of a motion.
Well, do we have to yay or nay Abby's?
We're coming up with the 3
Okay, so
dormers.
I have something.
finish forming it.
Motion to deny because it's atypical and inappropriate modification to this historic structure in this location, and it overburdens the facade.
Overburdens, that's a good word.
You have a legal mind. Was that your motion, or were you suggesting?
That was my motion.
Oh, that is your motion,
If
okay.
you guys, look at that.
Well, you vote on it based on whether you
Agree with it or not.
respect that language of the motion. Okay, so I think we got to do a voice vote on this, just so that we're clear. Okay, so that was Val's motion. On Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye for denial.
and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'll be in favor too. That was unanimous. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for crafting the motion. Stephen, it's to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I have that so I can write the words? for
Yes.
him?
Give me 1 second, just to speed this up. Candle House, Linda, your board is myself, Diane, Joe, Carrie, and Connie.
I'm going to ask to hold for a few minutes because our landscape designer is coming on. She's having trouble figuring out how to get on. So if you want to just hold it for a few minutes, Chip's got another one anyway.
Okay, why don't we skip over to 9 Salty Way, that'll be Ray.
It's me. Okay, do we have your eye on this?
This one I couldn't pull up either. It was kept going away.
Your eye is here. Okay, we're jumping over to Salty Way.
Salty Way.
Your eye.
Oh, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, barely.
Okay. So this was discussed a while ago. I was supposed to provide some additional photos of existing house and pretty much view from the driveway or from the road, and then show some more of the topography, existing topography that's there, because we are changing the grade and actually the application is for a new garage cabana, and we just wanted to see if the main house is 2-story or how tall it is actually, and how it will fit in there, or how it will be blocked by existing vegetation also. So I added all these photos from end of the Salty Way, showing the existing kind of long driveway, and then the main house. Hopefully that's what you were looking for to see. I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, your eye. Let's see. The board, myself, Abby, oh, here we go again. Diane, out, Val, Paul, alternate Patton, there we are, okay? Again, for the record, me, Abby, Val, Joe, Connie. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I looked at this. Based on your eyes' pictures, you can look down the driveway and see the house, and this is positioned before the house. So the facade that faces the street is the one where it slopes off. I can't pull it up because it keeps going away on here. But that is actually the facade that I have the most concern with because it's 3 stories plus. Yeah. So maybe pushing it back on the site somewhere would be better. I just am concerned that when you look down the driveway, this is what you're going to see. And in the photos, it doesn't look like that big of a slope. That's my concern.
Okay, Val, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go. I
All right,
guess.
Joe.
Yeah, I share Val's concern. I remember before we had the photos, it looked like, well, the road ends, there's a paper road, and it looked like the hill that climbs would screen this 31, it's like, I think it's 31 feet tall on this side. And seeing the photographs, it looks like it's going to be visible obliquely, but that's an unusually tall structure. And I don't see how the grade transitions up to the pool area from this grade, which reads like it's on a gentle incline. I don't, is that all being filled in? Anyway, it doesn't feel like it's working with the site.
Is that it, Joe?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Connie, Abby.
I'll go, this Connie. I really have nothing more to add. I agree with what's already been said.
Okay, so you do agree with the grade issue and the
Yes.
grade facing the road, or the lower part of the grade, higher part of the building?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you, Connie. Abby?
Yeah, I was concerned about the visibility, and there is one house that we okayed, and it was a similar situation, and you can see it from the street. So I would not want to see like the full 3 stories, so that would have to be part of the motion for me.
Sounds like we're going to move for revisions because so far everyone has commented on the fact.
Can I comment quickly about the grade?
I can't hear what you're saying. Are you talking to us?
Yeah, I wanted to say if I can comment about the grade, about you were saying it doesn't look like it's that, that big difference, but it's hard to take a photo where it would show exactly how much grade difference there is because of the distance from the road, from Southie Way to the house or to the pool. But whatever I show on the site plan, the topo lines, they show how much grade difference there really is. And that actually works with this setup where we have around 8 feet drop. That's why I did the garage like this. It's, of course, it's not as steep where the building is right now, but it will have to be adjusted as I show on the site plan. And yeah, the
Yeah,
visibility
I
is other
don't
thing.
really understand, but the
Mr.
board, let me just tell you, Uri, the board is, I haven't spoken, but I agree that because the low part of the grade is facing the public way, AKA Salty Way, the part of this that you're going to be seeing is the tall part. And so I think Val was the one that had recommended resituating in some way so that we're not looking at a big 3-story piece right down the end of the driveway. So do we want to move for revisions on this?
Could we add that maybe he takes a picture and adds it to the application so we can see what it looks like from a public way?
There are pictures.
Yeah, there are pictures.
I don't know, mine keeps.
Yeah, so this is another case, and we had, actually, the application right before this was a case where the files that we are receiving sometimes can't be opened all the way, which is problematic for us using our computers because we can't download the whole file, it crashes. In any case, so there are photos, but can I have a motion?
I would make a motion to hold for some revisions, perhaps reciting, and maybe some height poles,
Good idea.
a view.
Okay. View? Uri?
Yeah, I wanted to also say reciting, it's kind of tough because the pool is already there.
You
So
can
we are
turn the
trying to
pool the
avoid
other
it.
way.
Yeah, but the pool is already installed, pool is built.
Okay. Look, we have a motion on the table to hold for revisions plus height poles. You're all right with the height poles? You'll phone them in?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I'm
I
okay
think
with
that's
that.
the right
Height
way to
poles,
go.
yeah.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
There we are, aye. Any opposed? Okay, there's that. Let's see.
My landscaper's up now. She's up on the screen. Two Candle House.
Linda, when you get it up there, walk us through, kindly direct staff to the page you want to be on.
Okay, I believe it's Steve, Joe, Carrie, and Connie.
No alternates.
No, it was one of those weird weeks. This was a complicated site over on Two Candle House. The last time, there was a lot of stuff on the plan, and we simplified the plans for this application. Took a lot of the superfluous stuff off, if you can see it up there on the screen, and gave you a little bit more detail on the grading and fixed the first floor height for you guys. And it's complicated because it drops so significantly from the street, and when it went through you guys the first time, it sort of set down from the street level by a couple of feet, so there's an interior rock wall up against the street side, and then it drops and drops and drops and drops. And you guys were supposed to take a viewing, and I'm not sure how many, I know, Steve, you got over there. I'm not sure who else was able to get over there and take a look at it, because it's hard to understand it unless you're actually standing on the street. But I had put in a ton of pictures the last time. It's more of a steep on the west side than the east side. The east side is still under construction. It's that one on the corner that's caused some issues in here. The west side has a significant drop down to the lot that's in between this and my other client at 6. My 6 Candle House has probably a 6-foot concrete wall underneath their garage. So it drops. I don't know, it was a dump site or they scooped it out pretty significantly between our lot and 6. So we also have a wall, but it's not as high as their wall. There was no other way to do it and keep it anywhere near the level of the street. We do have the landscape architect to explain anything of the details on the map that's up from this picture. So that's pretty much it. We're using all traditional materials, except for that wall, and we can always face that wall with something. The one at 6 is just simply a concrete wall that's parged. And I think that's what we were going to do, because in the previous submission, the original submission, we showed that there are quite a few parged walls on Pleasant Street and other areas around there, because the grade is so up and down, that whole area, Silver Street, Pleasant Street, Mill Street, this one. So we thought that parging the wall in a gray would be sort of consistent with some of the other parged walls that are in the same neighborhood. But otherwise, we're using brick, and you can see the, if you go up one, go down to the materials page, which is 2 below that one. There you go. If you want to look up there, I've got some pictures of the other walls, but we're using the traditional 5-in-1 fence, which is already in the back, and the 36-inch natural to weather type 2 cat picket, and then way in the back where the patio is, which you can't see because it's such a lower elevation, and there's a lot of plantings, or we have the usual bluestone patio, and the steps are going to be the rough hewn granite set into the grade. So would you like me to throw it over to Natalie Adams? She is the landscape architect.
I think I appreciate the lead-in, Linda. I think maybe we can have her answer questions as they come up.
Okay.
That might be the most efficient way to handle this. I have one out of the gate, but I'll wait to see if anyone else does. Again, Carrie, Connie, Joe.
I have one question.
Joe.
The elevation that we're looking at, which is a site, kind of a site section as well.
West elevation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we go to that elevation for a second?
There it is.
So there's the wall, that's the concrete wall that you're talking about. Is the 5-in-1 fence, if I'm reading the site plan correctly, on your side of that wall, right? So that this wall is exposed on the neighbor's side, and the 5-in-1 fence is on your side of the property, and then it jogs around it? I think last time we thought that the fence might be on top of that wall. It looks like it's on the
Downward side.
inside, yeah.
It is on the inside, but on this
Sorry,
side.
this is Natalie Adams from Verdant Landscape
Natalie,
Architecture.
yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Go ahead, Amir.
So yeah,
Natalie,
the last time we looked at this,
Natalie, hold on.
go
please.
ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Madam Chair. Let's go through the chair. Crosstalk isn't going to get us anywhere. It's very difficult to do for the minutes taker who is working remotely. God bless her.
Apologies, I thought there was a question.
Yeah, no, I still haven't recognized you. So Joe, your question again?
Yeah, the fence location along the length of the retaining wall, it reads more clearly in the plan than I recall it reading last time, because I think we all thought it was on top of the wall. So I just want to understand that it's on the inside, we'll call it the inside of the wall. I just want to make sure the site plan's graphically correct, because the fence doesn't show in the elevation, so it's a little,
That fence is on the east side and the rear.
Wait, Linda, please. Natalie's got the floor next. Joe asked the question. He's looking for clarification.
That's the
If-
fi- 36.
I'm going to restate this, if I may, that the fence is not located on top of the retaining wall or inside the retaining wall, so it would result in being an elevated fence relative to the surrounding grade.
But only 36 inches on the
Linda,
west.
please. Thank you.
well, that would be helpful, because the west elevation doesn't show how the fence is being dealt with. We don't know if the fence is all one height or if it's steps. And so that's why I was asking about it.
Well, let's
'Cause
get
it
an
doesn't-
answer.
It doesn't show up in an elevation that I can find.
Natalie, is the fence on the higher portion of the grade behind the retaining wall or on top of the retaining wall or on the lower section towards the neighbor's property lines?
And which fence?
Any of the fence, all the
Thank you.
fence.
Yes, Natalie Adams. We have a 42-inch NTW type 2 on that first part of the wall that's set on the property of 2 Candle House, not on the wall.
And is that on the high side of the retaining wall or on the low side of the retaining wall?
I see.
High side.
Okay, what about on the left of the house?
The east?
I don't have cardinal points on this plan.
This
On
is
the left-
west. This
Linda,
is west.
please, on the left side of the house facing, looking at the plan drawing,
Right.
is
East.
there a retaining wall? I don't see one, but I want to verify. Is there a retaining wall, and if so, is the fence on the high side or the low side?
Yeah, there's no retaining wall on the left side, and it
Thank
just
you.
follows the grade. Mhm.
Rear?
No retaining wall, follows the grade.
Okay, the right side is 2 segments. One is what I'll call the middle, past the middle rear, and the other is along the driveway into the middle of the structure. Which of those, if either, are on the high side or on top of the retaining wall?
Well, the fence runs along the retaining wall on the 2 Candle House side, right? That's what the plan is showing. And it's also showing it's 42 inches until the end of the retaining wall, and then it becomes a 5-in-1 a cedar board fence,
At the rear.
So the
right?
42 inch, Natalie, the 42 inch is on top of the retaining wall on the inside of the yard space. And the 5-in-1 begins at the lower slope where the retaining wall doesn't exist, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can we stop there? I have a quick question.
Yeah, please, I just want to get us all on the same page.
At
Yep.
that transition, where along the retaining wall, which I guess is the west side, the right side of the house, it transitions from the 4-in-1 fence to the from a 42-inch cedar fence to a 5-in-1. Does that put the top of those 2 fences at the same elevation?
It's not quite. It's not
Okay.
quite. We tried to get it there, but we wanted to hold certain grades. We were trying for that sweet spot, but it's not perfect. No.
Yeah, I think an elevation of,
Now I have a question.
okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Carrie?
Okay.
My question for you is, on the inside of these walls, is your grade just sloping down? You're retaining it from falling into the neighbors. But is your grade sloping down, or are you plateauing it at the driveway and then dropping down severely like the elevation slash section of your site shows the wall is doing? You've got a big 3-foot or 2-foot change midway down the wall.
Yeah.
And is your grade sloping down gently? Can you step it down so it's not just too severe of a drop house, so to speak, where it drops on this elevation?
It's not gentle.
Linda? Carrie
If the
has
grade is sloping down and the wall is flat, the fence is going this way and the wall is flat. So that's the question. Grade is flattened. But where
No.
are you crossing it to the house?
Yeah.
You'll have to have some steps.
Can I answer the question now? You ready?
Natalie, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The black line you're looking at is the abutters, on the abutter side, right? And
Right.
so on the Candle House side, we go from Candle House Lane at about a 10% to get down in there, and then it levels off very gently to where the entries are, and the deck is, and the patio. And then everything gets to around 32, 33, which are those grades to the rear. Everything to the rear is about 33.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's any steps down, but that's fine. I get it.
Okay, and then I have a question if Connie doesn't. So Natalie, there's some difficulty when you look at the hardscape materials plan and then you look at the hardscape materials plan, L4 and L1. L1 includes a note that you've got monolithic granite, 2 steps with handrails transitioning from Candle House Lane to the front yard. That's not reflected on the other plan.
You're talking about the front steps, Steve?
Linda, please.
It is on here.
Natalie,
I'm here.
L4 and L1 do not include notation. Both include notations for the steps at the front. And you have, in one instance, it's difficult to ascertain what's going on because you have a dimension crosshatch line in the middle of what looks to be the steps. Can we zoom in on this plan?
Yeah.
The landscape plan. I just want to say this application is too difficult for what it is. All elevations should have been turned in, showing the fencing and the retaining walls from both sides, the front and the back, and clearly noted. And I think some of it's clearly noted, but not all of it is, and we don't have all the elevations. So we're basically going to have this discussion where we're going to request additional information, and we're going to be back here to go through this again. However, that may be your saving grace because of the topic I'll bring up about the east in a moment.
We
So-
took all that other stuff off it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Linda, please. Natalie, this drawing indicates a monolithic granite, 2 steps with handrails at the front, correct? The front
Correct.
entry from Candle House?
Correct.
Okay, I think what we request at minimum is a cleaner drawing cleaner area of drawing. This drawing is fine, it needs to be cleaned up to better reflect that. It's confusing as it is. So as I understand this, you have 2 steps down, you're going to, into the front yard, you're gonna have 2 steps or more up onto the front stoop, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so we need to see those in the plan also? Because we're not getting a full picture of what we're approving?
Do you want the elevations of the house?
I want to, Linda, I'm gonna, please, it's early in the night.
Well, I want to be clear about what you want.
Linda, you'll get a moment to ask questions at the end. I just ask you to please follow the order we have. So we can get through this because we are once again talking about an application for 10 or 15 minutes that we aren't going to be able to close out, and it's all unnecessary. On the left side, the east, the grade, Natalie, is this married to the existing grade from the town of Nantucket topo
That's correct.
sites?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So this is going to be your saving grace. Linda, I'd suggest you all get a hold of the abutter at 21 Pleasant, because they have different grade.
I did talk to them.
Okay, because what we approve here is not going to work necessarily with what they're putting in for.
I had that conversation, and
I
they're
don't want-
not working with us.
We can discuss offline just with respect to the mechanics of it, but I don't want to go through this whole exercise one more time, approve something and find that we've got an incongruity, which I know we're going to have. I have no concerns on the south, that's natural grade with a fence. The fencing should show, Natalie, a vining material. The 5-in-1 fencing should show a vining material on alternating sections. That's one of our guideline requirements. And then I'm concerned about the 42-inch tall type 2 fence at the front of the structure and on the south side. I think it's unnecessarily tall. 36 is probably fine, including given the fact that the grade on one side of each of these is in some areas significantly lower, and that's going to accentuate the perception of the height of the fence. So those are my comments on the fencing and the grade. The retaining wall shown in the elevation, the south elevation, I understand. I think the grade overall at the driveway needs to be lowered. And I realize I've kind of launched into my comments, I apologize, but I'm just trying to get us through this because the section or the elevation shows the driveway slightly higher than Candle House. There's capacity here for drainage to go to the rearward side, and it would be inappropriate and atypical for the driveway to be higher than Candle House along Candle House Lane.
Right, it's not, okay.
So that's I'm telling you what's in the drawing, Linda. It's at least 3 inches, maybe a hair more. So who would like to add to those, and then we can ask for drawings and revisions. Joe?
Oh, my comment was going to be about what I thought an additional drawing would be very helpful to see, but if you have a list of those, then I will withhold my comments.
Stephen, can we comment?
Yeah,
I object as usual.
we're taking this out of order because it's gonna just, Mickey, you will get an opportunity, but for the moment, we're gonna go with the board.
Okay.
And then Holly, and then Mickey. Joe, why don't you tell us what drawing you want, and then we'll make
Sure.
sure to include it.
Well, I think that the section that's been included already, we'll call it a site section, through the neighbors viewing the retaining wall is helpful. I would like to see how the fence looks from the same view, what the top of this 42-inch, well, I think that's debatable as per Stephen's comments, but as noted on the plan, the 42-inch type 2 fence, what's the top of that fence look like relative to the wall? And then I'd like to see it transition. I do think that an elevation of the fence along that entire property line would be very informative. And I think a section from the inside of that, I know that there's a topo plan here and you can see the grades, you can read the slope, but I think understanding how it looks from both this property and from the neighbor's property would be very helpful. I think would eliminate a lot of questions.
Are you talking about West, Joe, in particular?
The right side, the driveway
West,
side. And I should say too, that I think that,
No, south is rear.
Yeah, sorry.
so the back of the house, I have no issues with the 5-in-1 fence. Coming along the left-hand side where that 5-in-1 comes all the way down, the only question I have is the transition from the 5-in-1 to this type 2 fence, I think is too far forward on the property. I think it should probably be at the back corner. And then it should wrap around at a lower elevation. I do think 42 inches is too tall. And I think that the 42 inches, which also should be lowered on the driveway side, should move back and then transition up. But and I think a lot of this other stuff is just understanding the implications of the elevation of the fence. Like, it's going to look, does the fence step every 6 inches? Is it sloped? There's just too many questions that get raised. So, so anyway, I tried to bundle the additional information along with my design comments.
Carrie or Connie, anything to add?
Just, I have a question. So, it says in the plan 42 type 2, but here in the pictures, it says 48?
No, it's 42.
It does say that in the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get the drawing information cleaned up.
I'll give you some more
Anything else,
pictures.
Connie?
Nope, that's it.
Carrie?
I'm in agreement with Joe. I think the lower fence should go further back and the higher fence should be relegated to the back quarter maybe of the property.
Okay, thanks.
And I'd like to see what he'd like to see.
So we're gonna get comments from Holly and Mickey, and then we'll make a motion. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is hardscaping for an infill structure, a kind of 4-bay typical Nantucket, which you all approved last year. Appreciate the revised site plan with the elevation of the main house with the first floor, finished elevation, that section, that's great. That was as requested. I hope that everybody got to see when it was, I guess, flagged with steps. Appreciate the corner rounding at the driveway. It is a long driveway. I note that, and maybe that could be looked into a little bit more. Brick is a more appropriate material rather than the granite and the bluestones. I think the granite steps are going to be way too formal for this quote-unquote typical Nantucket. And the concrete wall, I did want to mention, to Linda's point, with the parged and the brick cap, that is a consistent feature within this neighborhood, within the New Guinea, West Monomoy, even Fish Lots area. So I had no concerns with that, but yes, definitely, I echo a lot of the concerns that the commission has brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey, do you have anything to add to what's already been said?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. So the driveway slopes down from the street.
Sorry, Mickey, please, we didn't do it last time because you were quick. Please identify your group.
I already did, Stephen, but if I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he did.
Was it on one of yours? Go ahead, Mickey.
Okay, so the driveway slopes from the street down is as mentioned at about 10%, yet the retaining wall actually sort of steps with the horizontal increments. It's sort of awkward. The retaining wall really should just follow the grade. There's no reason for it to step up above grade on either side. The brick capped concrete wall, I guess there's some that's in the area. It's really not a traditional, old historic district format. I would suggest changing that to something a little more natural looking. On the side of the house, there are, not just in the front, but on the side, there's another series of monolithic granite steps going up to the deck. Those should be wood, not granite. The stepping stones are shown as hard-edged square stones. They should be more natural in shape. And the type 2 fence has already been mentioned. It's, preferably 32 inches, but not 42. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. So I'd like to see if we get a motion to hold for revisions and additional information, the additional information being a cross-section of the site as viewed from the neighbor's lot on the east, a cross-section of the site as viewed from the neighbor's lot on the west, and a cross-section of the western elevation as viewed from just inside the retaining wall. All elevations to include proposed fence, any fence shown in drawings or images to be appropriately labeled for what's proposed, as opposed to having different heights shown for different, for the same application, but not having the correct heights listed on both reference documents. Is there anything else we want to add to that?
Did you want the elevation to the house? Because that might help also.
Well, you're going to show cross sections with elevations, so.
It's very minute, but can you scan them so they're right side up? So it's very hard to read the drawings going like this, and
Yeah,
they just keep moving.
You'd think that the pros would get it down because it.
Well, I put it in the right distance. What happens is it splits it up if you do it through HCC sub. If I do it
So,
from home, they're
Linda,
fine.
thank you. My suggestion on that topic is, as with images, first, optimize your images before you make a PDF. Aggregate everything and go through and make sure the pages are right side up, because when you email it to staff, it's ready to go. And you have a historic district commission that does not need a Snickers to be in a better mood
I
to
always do them
process
right
your
side up.
application.
I
Thank
always do
you.
them right side up.
So was there anything else on the motion? Okay. Carrie, is that your motion?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
20 minutes into, again.
There's a better site if you.
Next up, 30 Russell's Way,
Somehow that was still clearer than last
Chip
time.
Webster. It's
Good evening.
myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, and Connie. Chip, go.
Good evening. If I can share the screen, please. Okay. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposed new structure at 30 Russells. I'm going to start with a quick survey of regarding the height, particularly the heights in the surrounding area. As you can see in this diagram, existing heights range from 29.6 to about 29 to 28.9. And I want to point out in the lower right-hand corner, the subject property at 30 Russells, the existing structure is currently 29. We are proposing, and I'll show it in a second, 2710, which is more than a foot lower than the existing structure. I've included in this the information on all of these, the HCC approvals and so forth, the supporting data for that. Moving right along, I'm going to go to, did it switch to the site plan on your side? Question, are you seeing the site plan? I just switched PDFs. I want to make sure that it switched. Okay.
We are
Okay, great.
no longer.
Okay. Okay.
We are.
All right. Okay,
like
so this, sorry. So this is the site plan. And again, as a reminder, there is no proposed addition to the existing grade. We have in the application locus with the survey information from the town, as well as a certified survey from the surveyor. And that information all is coordinated with our site plan. 1 second, I think that this went to the guest house. I'm sorry, let me try this again. This will just take a second. Okay, so moving right along through the site plan information. There was a request for a section with all of the dimensional information, floor heights, grade, et cetera, which is here. This is showing that our maximum height is currently proposed at 2710, which I just pointed out is more than a foot lower than the existing house. We were able to accomplish this, which is illustrated in this section, by implementing a mud sill, which is reflected here, which lowers the whole building approximately a foot lower. This is the entry elevation. So there are a number of revisions here. One, the lowering of the height. Two, with the implementation of this mud sill, we're also able to address a concern that Stephen brought up, which was the amount of shingles between the first floor windows and the bottom of the shingle course. By implementing that mud sill, that pulls everything down, as I mentioned, approximately a foot. We also, you can see, there was a comment made by Abby of this proposed gable entry form that we had on the first floor, and how that created sort of a rocket ship or a complex arrangement with the forward-facing gable. So we now are proposing a shed roof over that, which brings that down and I think mitigates that double gable phenomena. Additionally, there was a comment, the previous one, where we had that the cross gables were proposed to be at the same height. we have lowered this forward-facing gable such that it is no longer matching the height of that the primary ridge. So that helps to mitigate that concern, hopefully. Going to the next elevation. Sorry. Okay. On the rear of the house, you can see we've got those same elements reflected. So I'll just repeating that. On the east side, we're proposing changing a triple unit French door to a double, and also adding some smaller elements there. And then on the west side, I learned from Stephen about the John McLaughlin rule of the maximum amount of second floor deck as a percentage of the perimeter. We have removed, as you can see here, a substantial section of the proposed west side deck, which gets us under the 30%. It also has the benefit of removing 2 pairs of proposed French doors on that same elevation and replacing those with windows. So with that, I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
This is like a Monday. Hey Chuck, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
You cannot hear me.
We lost you on the Stephen Welch, John McLaughlin.
Okay.
Downsizing the decks.
Right. So you had expressed a concern at the last meeting about the amount of proposed perimeter second floor deck exceeding the John McLaughlin rule of not to exceed 30%. So we removed a lot of that from the west side, which I'll come back to here, which got us under the 30% on the perimeter, but also had the added benefit of removing 2 pairs of French doors and replacing those with windows, also on that west elevation. Did you catch it that time?
Yes, we heard you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chip. We'll go right to the board members. Who wants to begin on this one?
I have a question. Chip, thanks for the revisions. I appreciate a lot of them. I'm looking at some images of the building you're proposing, sort of photoshopped in, and I'm a little bit curious about, this looks so much higher than the existing building, but the existing building on the site plan says that it's actually higher than in height than the proposed, and they seem to be on the same topo line of 35, so.
Go through the chair, if I may answer that. That rendering is incorrect, and that was an error when we were creating that rendering. If you can imagine that lower such that the ridge is approximately a foot lower, that would be more correct, but we're going to remove that rendering that was just constructed in error.
Chip, I'm going to jump in here because I had exactly the same observation and the same concern. The very first picture, which we can identify because there's the bollard that says Wigwam Road. It's taken from the corner. It shows the existing building, which we know is 28 feet high. That's the same height as your proposed building. We can see where its ridge is. As Val pointed out, it's sitting at the same topo line as your current proposed house. And yet, even if we lowered this rendering by a foot, it's still towering above the current house by 10 feet. You know, it's way, way, way out of the ground, according to this rendering.
May I answer through the chair?
Yeah, I am the chair, but.
Okay. Thank you. What I was trying to point out is that rendering is incorrect. We will remove it from the application.
Okay, well then, let's just say that the rendering is grossly incorrect.
It is grossly incorrect. That ridge the correct version of that rendering would have that ridge a foot below the existing house. The existing house is
Oh, below the
29.
existing house,
House,
not below
correct, yeah,
what we see here.
correct,
Okay,
correct.
got it, Chip. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, sorry, Val, continue.
No,
That was it?
that really was it. I appreciate a lot of the changes he made over the course of time, and thanks for working with us. It was really just that, if there was something I was missing.
Yeah, well.
Thank you.
I was sharing your concern. Okay, Val, thanks very much. Let's see. Stephen, Abby, Connie?
I can make a few.
Yes, Abby, go.
I appreciate the drop in height. I think that's I really appreciate it because it's on the corner and it will be highly visible. So moving on to north elevation, I'm fine with south. So you, on the far right, so I'm going to concentrate mostly on the second floor because I think that's all we're going to see, given the photoshopped pictures. So on that far right, that Juliet balcony with the French doors, I think that's more successful when you had it as just two windows. This way it gets sort of, I don't want to say junked up, but it looks, it's too much. It could be quiet.
Sorry, through the chair, which elevation?
South.
Okay.
The two French doors on the
Right
far
there,
right.
yeah, got it, thank you.
You have a previous where you have two windows, and I think that's more successful. And I think I'm pretty much okay with, there's one, maybe you can explain this, on the west elevation, on the second floor again, and you see those two windows that are ganged together, the 2/2s. You have a deck balcony that goes across and includes the hip roof. Is there a reason you have to have that deck there? It doesn't look like you really need it. And that would make that elevation quieter as well, if that dead ended into the building around the corner. I'm talking about the west elevation, so. it would
You're
probably
talking
be
about the south
Yeah,
and the west.
yeah.
You want it to end, you want the deck to end at the left-hand side of the south elevation.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
opposed to rounding the
Yes,
corner.
because there's no real reason you're going to be stepping on it. There's no deck
Okay.
there per se.
Well, there is deck there, but.
Well, there's a line of.
Point taken.
Anyway, it would be better if that were brought back and deaded into the house on that south elevation.
Okay,
That's it, thanks.
great, thank you. Abby, who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I'm pretty okay with this, with the revisions. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Stephen?
Chip, appreciate the revision, so does John McLaughlin.
You good?
Speaking for John, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I have to say is in common with Abby's comment about the Juliet balcony. And the reason it is a concern is because I'm looking ahead to this guest house and I'm seeing on the site plan that there's a road that essentially runs, or driveway that runs essentially up to the western property line and then mysteriously stops. Now, I believe that that driveway is actually going to continue through the brush over to Old Russell's Way and have like a second means out directly to Russell's Way, in which case there's going to be an opening down there that you're going to be able to look in and see the backside of this house, the south side. So I'd love to see the Juliet go away and go back to the original two-window proposal. That's where I am. But I'll take a motion from anyone on this one, of any kind.
I think it's approvable. We could say, if that was the consensus, to get rid of the Juliet balcony on the south elevation and turn that back to the two windows that you had in the previous submission.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, if that could
Okay.
get a consensus, that
All
would.
right, so it sounds like everything's good, with the exception of the Juliet balcony on the south elevation. So Abby's motion is to approve it going back to the prior, which was for 2 windows. Can that be an Exhibit A, folks?
Sure.
For, just to help out staff on that?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's your motion, right, Abby?
That is my.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Same board for the new guest house. Let's move on to that.
Okay, Chip Webster again on behalf of the applicant for the guest house. Hopefully I've got the correct one here. This is the same property, correct, okay. Same property, 30 Russells. This is the site plan showing the location of the proposed guest house. And it's in the southeast corner. Here we go. You can see some existing photos and the location on those. Again, we've got all of the certified topo information here. And this is the proposal. So it's this is the west elevation. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, the east elevation, and then the north and south. It's all the materials, colors, trim details, et cetera, would match the main house. Thank you. I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Chip, same board comments. Let's go.
I'll go.
Yep.
Chip, let's see here, your west and your east mask the height fairly successfully. However, not successfully enough overall. The north and the south are far too tall. In keeping with my comments at the opening of the meeting, I'll direct you to page 66 of Building with Nantucket in Mind, which indicates that second dwelling should be 1 or 1.5 stories and no taller than 22 feet. Now, I understand we've deviated from that just a hair, you might consider it. But this what's the height of this, Chip?
25 and a half.
5, 8?
Yeah.
Chip?
Yep.
25.8 as proposed.
Okay, thank you. So, and that's very apparent on the east and the west. I understand that, or I'm sorry, on the, well, interestingly enough, your drawings, your north, your east should be labeled south. Did you change the orientation of these?
No, it's roughly, it's spun a little bit. So if you look above each elevation, we have a little key that shows an arrow to that elevation. So the west elevation is slightly southwest, if you see that on the key.
Yep. No, I got it. Thanks, Chip. The drawing keeps clicking in and out, so I thought I was on a page and I was looking at one elevation. It was actually a different one. So if you look at your north and their south, it's no more evident, it can be no more evident that this is too tall. The other aspect of this that is troubling is the depth of the covered porch and therefore, in relation to the depth of the second floor deck. And in addition, the height of the fascia beam on the porch is showing that it's too tall, and I think that that's in relation to your doors. On the next iteration of this, I would like to see a cross-section of the structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cross-section of the structure.
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I actually have a question for Chip.
Okay.
Obviously, this is going to have some extensive retaining walls attached to it. And I'm not really very clear where those are and what they are. If it's this double track that I see on the site plan, that's a very extensive amount of retaining.
That is what it is.
Yeah. And I agree with other things that have already been said.
Val, thank you. Let's see, Connie, Abby.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Connie?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, and I'm just gonna reiterate in a different form what's already been said regarding the height of this building. 25 feet in and of itself is not so bad. The fact, however, that the gable has a super low pitch roof, that would be an 8 and 12, means that we have a tremendous amount of sidewall, and the fact that the footprint of the building is relatively narrow all makes this feel very, very vertical. So that's my issue, is the verticality. And my second issue is the size of the porch, which Stephen pointed out. Third issue, how this all retainage is going down, because as Val pointed out, there's an extensive amount of it. Those are my comments. Should we move for revisions on this?
So moved.
Okay.
And a cross-section of the structure.
Oh, yeah, cross-section.
From the gable, cross-section viewing the gable.
Okay, did you get that, Chip?
Yeah, thank you very much. I got all those notes.
All right,
Appreciate
great.
your comments.
All
Thanks.
those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, there's that. Next up,
I think we may have some dinner here for the
yeah, do you
for the
guys
HDC.
do you want to do this first?
Your call.
Let's just finish up this old business thing. So we're at 12.5 Pequot. Do we have somebody to rep? Ah, there we are.
I'll go check on the pizza since I'm not on this.
I'll help you out with that.
Just gonna
Hey,
make
now
sure.
let's, Mr. Chair, could we have a definition of check on?
A close inspection.
The temperature.
Check on
Tell
means
us
to
what kind.
observe, all right? That's it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, Board. I'm Dean Barron, 12.5 Pequot Road. We listened to all your recommendations and implemented a lot of changes on the original plan. My architect, Mike McKay, is on by Zoom
Okay.
to answer any questions if you have any technical needs.
Okay, so, thank you. Let's see, the board is myself, Joe Paul, Val Oliver, Abby Camp. Diane Coombs is no longer sitting, so that would put Connie in her stead. So there's our board. Who would like to begin? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a new infill. There was a previous 1976 cape on the lot before. Appreciate the simpler details that were done. Still believe the gambrel is not appropriate for the context of this neighborhood. The chimney material and top is not appropriate. Refer to building with Nantucket in mind for proper corbelling, and it should be brick. The front door needs revising so that the pane sizes in the door and the side lights match the 6/6 double hungs. The revisions of the northwest and south should show the previously submitted so the commission knows what has changed. And the main home really should be revised without a garage, and recommend rethinking that program. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Can you say the last thing again?
Yeah.
The main home should be revised. Say it again?
Without the garage.
Eliminate the garage.
Correct, instead of having it attached.
Got it. Okay. Who would like to begin?
I think I'm almost ready.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, okay, Val, you want to go?
yeah.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the simplification, definitely. I love a gambrel. My concern is the overall size compared to the houses in the area, but given where it is, I think it may be okay. The roof walk needs to be re-detailed so that it's more traditional. The posts run through and it's not shingled. But overall, I really, really appreciate where it's going.
Where it's going in terms of the design
Yeah.
direction. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. All right. Is that it, Val?
Yes, Mr. Chair, at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Connie, did I hear you say something? Were you ready?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I can go. I'm trying to figure this out. I do have a question about the fireplace that seems to be added, and it's an outside with a, does it have an outside fireplace too?
Yes, it's on the end of the building. That was always there.
That, the original east doesn't have it.
The original
with the
doesn't
revised,
have it.
Yeah.
That's the back you're showing now.
It says original east, there is no fireplace shown. Revised east shows a fireplace.
Yeah.
I mean, a chimney, I'm sorry, I used the wrong term.
Yeah.
Continue, Connie.
So I guess that was one of my concerns, questions. I guess it just seems a little, not complicated, but a little much for the neighborhood. That's all I have really for now.
Connie, thank you. Let's see.
I can go if you want.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I appreciate the simplification. I think we might have scared you a little because, in my opinion, it almost maybe went too far in some areas and not far enough in others. So I think, just for example, I think that the gambrel generally could work, especially a toned down gambrel, which is definitely where you're heading. And working from I'm looking at the east elevation. By the way, I do agree with Holly's comments about the comparison elevations per coordinate, north, south, east, west, et cetera, would be super helpful because it's extremely helpful on the east. I also think that the site plan, it would be, you kind of have a site plan further down the page, I guess, where we're showing the main house, and this is kind of in response to Holly's comment about the garage. I think seeing the elevation from Wee Weeder, which would include the garage that was proposed, and presumably you're making changes on that as well, but they're not up tonight. I think it would be good to see those two in context because they're going to speak to that streetscape. You're on a corner lot, so I think it's important to show them in context, and I think a sheet that's property line to property line would be helpful to show them. Anyway, back up to the east elevation. I think that the roof walk needs attention. I look at some examples in building with Nantucket in mind. You don't see a lot of shingled skirts. The deck boards typically sit on the ridge, which I guess this does, but it's a little confusing because the ridge in the back is slightly lower than the forward ridge. The railing feels low. So I think I won't get into the weeds on that, but there's some details there. On the left side of the gambrel, there's a dormer in this second floor mass, and again, one of the few black and white rules that are in the guidebook suggests that the dormer should be 3 feet from the end. And I think that would help to reveal more of the main roof mass there. And that rule kind of applies to all dormers, although the garage change, I think, is the most dramatic, that you no longer have that cross gambrel, and you have a nicely scaled dormer there, which actually almost feels a little small. I feel like that could get wider and be 3 windows. I think that just to look at the windows for a minute, I think you could do 6/1s on this potentially. It might read as less busy. I don't have the color in my head here, but I think it's probably fits this style a little bit more. And I do think that the rake trim feels skinny compared to the fascia trim on the gambrel. I think that it doesn't have to be as fanciful as the previous iteration, but I feel like it needs to be amped up a little bit. It feels a little bit literally flat. And I think the gambrel forward of the garage feels a little empty above those windows. And I think that if that were lowered, if the proportions of that were manipulated a little bit, I think that could come down in scale, and it feels a little bit top heavy. These are more detailed comments, but I think that the columns might read as less formal if they sat on a shingled base potentially, and the height were that, I don't know if they're round columns or not. I'd have to skip forward to the plan, but they're square columns. But just, I think that some of the detailing that was removed is great, but I think maybe it got stripped back a little bit too far, and that's just my opinion. I agree with Holly's comments on the chimney detailing overall. And the other elevations, I'm not going to focus on because I think it would be helpful to see the compared to the previous one. And I think the comments on the east elevation will end up having ripple effects on the other elevations. Those are my comments.
Joe, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I like a lot of Joe's comments, that your shingles, I think it's a nice drawing. I'm just, I'm concerned about the size of the massing. But what I liked about what Joe said was, considering 6/1 windows, because that would be more shingle style. And the columns with a shingled base might take a little of the formality. I really like that idea too. I don't know if you've considered making the garage a different application and not having it part of the main house, but if that's not in the cards, then so be it. I think I think it's cohesive as you look at the east and west elevation. It's just, actually, I really like the elevation with the garage. I think it's really nice. I was just trying to cut down on the massing, but no, I appreciate the changes. I think it looks good. Thank you.
Can I respond?
No, not yet. Well, no, that's not the way it works. Connie, had you finished? Okay. So Joe's comments are all spot on, but I want to start at the beginning. The site plan that I'm looking at, like, shows the existing building. Like, I guess that's just a reference document or something. There's 2 garages, one in the house and one apparently on, a remote standalone garage. Just observing that. The roof walk is rendered completely wrong. So it can be wide as it's seen on the east elevation. That's the wide version. And then when you get to the two gable ends, it should be no wider than 8 feet, and it looks like it's probably 15 feet, just estimating, and it's not rendered at all like a roof walk should be. Joe's point about the 3-foot inset, if we're, and we should see comparison elevations for all of them, not just the east, because the east elevation going from left to right has dormer that doesn't meet the setback at all, a second dormer right above the front door that doesn't meet the setback at all, one to the right of the front door that doesn't meet the setback at all. They all seem to be pushed right to the edge. Yeah, and it also shows up on the west elevation, dormers that are pushed right smack to the edge. The chimney, we would need to know, see a sample of what type of stone is proposed there. The cap is wrong. The columns are a foot wide and very ornamental. I'd like to see those scaled down in size and in detail. The windows should all have vertically formatted panes. Those are my, and the garage doors, if the garage remains in the building, garage door should be rendered more like a typical Nantucket garage door. Those are my comments. No, where did he go? Oh, there you are. Oh, sorry. Would you like to respond to anything before we
I
take
did
a
have a
motion?
couple of questions to
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe. I believe you were talking about the gable with the garage, and you felt, was that the gable you were looking to see 3 windows in?
No, the north elevation, which has the garage doors facing the road, and Abby, I think, had said that that was a nice elevation. I agree, that it's like the least busy, the most simple, and I think if you had a 3-window dormer versus a 2-window dormer, it would be fine. I don't think you need to change it if you don't need to do that. And since you asked me the question, and we're talking about the garage, the comments about the garage attached to the house, I think, would be mitigated if the other garage doors didn't face the road. So if you rotated that on site or moved it around so that it looked like a carriage house and the doors were around the side, then it's unusual to have a garage attached to a house on Nantucket. But anyway, it's not, structure's not up, but it does kind of speak to this one a little bit.
Anything else?
I had a question also. You talked about putting a shingle base on the bottom of the columns at the rear. If we use a shingle base at the bottom, are we still able to use a 12-inch column? Did that bother you at all, or can we stick with that size? I know Mr. Pohl felt that it was too big, but I thought a shingle base, and I've been looking at a lot of columns around the town that have been about the same size.
Go look at the animal hospital. They're too big though, but that's that.
The animal hospital are tapered too.
Are they?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure they're tapered.
We've done them in tapered before, and they look very attractive. They start off at 8 inches, they end up at 12 at the bottom. Would that be acceptable to the board?
Well, my old office down on Easton Street has that. Shingled base,
Right.
tapered columns, 12-inch at the bottom, square column. And that building, I can't take credit for it. It was built in 1930, but there's a whole vernacular down in Brant Point of those tapered columns sitting on top of shingled plinths, and they're really great.
They are,
So
yeah.
we also used a New England round fieldstone on the chimney, and one of the other styles we did was for the bases. We did those out of New England round fieldstone at the base, and then set the trunk.
Probably not going to get a huge amount of support for a stone base on a column. But if you bring us, include photographs of the type of stone that you want to use for the chimney.
Oh, yeah, we have it. We've done many of these houses like
Okay.
this.
All right.
And that's good input. It's just a little overwhelming.
That's the nature of this board.
Well, I actually think that you
Yeah.
came a long way.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
We got into the weeds on some details. We've kind of used to sitting here listening to this stuff, but I listened, I would consider that to be minor revisions on some level.
I have one other question that.
I do
the,
too.
The soffit fascia on the first floor was one size, and then you said you felt that the rakes on the gables were a little bit too small. Increasing the size of those rakes might give those gables a more pronounced feeling and not look as diminished.
True.
Yeah, I mean, there's an in-between, your first and your current submission. Val?
I hadn't noticed until you guys pointed it out on the east and the west, these little wing
Yeah.
dormers. I mean, are those even dormers? I'd just
They're
get rid
not.
of them.
Okay. Without getting into the design of the second floor, what all those things are doing is allowing there to be space all the way to every single side of the building. But that's just not the way these work. They have to be trimmed back. Those two things, I agree with you, have to go. By the time you get to the 3 feet, you're already at the other gambrel. So they have to just go away.
Should I make a motion to
Yeah.
hold for some revisions?
Yes, that would be great. So all those in favor of Abby's motion to hold for revision, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
let's see, we sent out a team to see what the status of the pizza was, and
Well-
have they returned?
I
They
see the
haven't
jaws
returned.
moving up and down.
It's cold now, of course. Okay, let's take a short break. 5 after.
Okay, guys, we're gonna get rolling. We are on to new business of 528. Milestone here. Number 104 Surfside, new dwelling. Ethan,
It's a new house.
would you please, once you get it set up, kindly walk staff through the page you want to be on as you present?
So this is, I did a similar project on Marsh Hawk a couple years ago. We have a large lot that's heavily wooded, and we had opportunity to do something interesting. So this is a one-story building. The maximum height at the center portion is 21 feet. All the rest is about 17 feet high. And the buffer from the actual street, the town buffer to the property line is about 60 feet. Then there's 35-foot setback, so then there's another like 80 feet to the front of the house. It's a modern house, cedar, cottage corners, all natural leather wood roof. So it's the front elevation is simplified to mostly disappear within the world, landscape and everything. The back is all glass, like my house on Marsh Hawk. It has, glass paneled walls, stuff like that. And if you go to the elevations, so the front door is recessed under that porch about 17 feet. And it's on the house is kind of on an angle from the road, so there you go.
Well, okay.
That's it?
Yeah. Black windows.
Excellent, thanks, Ethan. I like that. Drawings should speak for themselves. If somebody's got to explain it, you always got to wonder. It's like a tenant writing a love letter to get the apartment. Okay.
That's
Let's
just
see.
what I was thinking.
Yeah, I know we were right on the same page with that. Regular board, who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Val.
I know this lot very well. I just moved 2 houses off of it, farther up the road. This house is great for this spot, and I can't believe somebody's building a 21-foot house.
21
It
feet
does
tall.
have some little anomalies, but I really don't think you're gonna see it unless you clear the lot out, which hopefully you're not.
No, they can't, plus the buffer from the town owns
Oh,
60
gotcha.
feet of land.
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
So should I give this opportunity to, because it's new business, to one of the
If you'd like to,
alternates?
sure. Who would like to, why don't you pick one?
Well, I could go with Connie, because
Connie.
she's first.
You ready? We
Or-
don't have to
or-
pick, we don't have to pick you
or-
this moment
or-
if you want to look at the drawings.
Or anybody that's ready over there is fine.
Angus?
Someone from the audience.
Angus?
I really appreciate the low elevation and the natural colors grade, natural toned down. I don't have any issues with it. I mean, there are windows that wouldn't meet the guidelines, but it's screened, it's low, and it's I'm good.
Okay, thank you so much. Ray?
Ray is good.
Connie?
Connie is good. I was looking at that east elevation with the windows, but again, it's not going to be visible, so I'm good.
Thank you. Ethan, there are some highly atypical architectural elements here. However, they are located in, I think, inappropriate location, which is to say, screened.
Yeah, I was living on the edge with this one.
Yeah, you're living on the edge. What do we want to do here, folks?
I move to approve this as submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks.
Opposed, carries unanimously. That moves us to 28 Union.
Nice
color
to see
change.
you, Ethan.
28 Union, color change. Do we have Betsy here or online? Peter, are you representing this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, why don't you state your full name for the record, and then once you see your application up, you can kindly direct staff to the page you want to walk us through.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Peter Carey. My wife and I bought this house 7 months ago on Union Street. We've been doing a lot of interior painting, and Martin Bork is our painter and our caretaker, and he does a real good job. And the front of the house is peeling badly. It's kind of a tan color as it exists now, with, as you can see, with the maroon colored door. And my wife drove down every street in downtown Nantucket and has picked out what she would like, which is to paint the front of the house. The rest of the house is shingled, but the front of the house, the Coventry gray, and the door she would like to change to Nantucket blue.
Nantucket blue?
Newport.
Newport blue.
Newport blue,
Newport,
Betsy?
yeah.
Yeah, Newport blue. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Peter. We're going to petition Sherwin-Williams to rename that because we keep calling it Newport on Nantucket. What else you got for us?
That's it. The trim is in good shape. We're not gonna, I don't think, touch the trim unless Martin feels it's necessary. So just the clapboard front of the house is all that we're, and the door is all that we're requesting.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Peter. Any questions for Peter at this time from members of the commission? I do, Peter. Can you, what slide is the, you've got a couple of pages at least with color swatches. The front door color, which swatch page is that on? Before the door or after the door in the sequence?
That's the before the door picture is the Newport blue. That would be the new color of the door. And then below the picture of the door is the swatch of the
Trim.
the Coventry gray, which would be the new clapboard siding.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1806 typical Nantucket. It was attributed to Francis Barker, who was a trader. And he bought the land on the east side of Union Street and he
I'm
built
sorry,
this
Holly,
structure.
did you say a trader or a traitor?
Trader,
Okay.
Trader,
Thank you.
like fur trader. So while there is a circa 1890 Henry Wire photo of this house on file with clapboard, we don't know what that color, as the photo is in black and white. The clapboard does look grayish with white trim. The door is a darker shade. I have no concerns with what is proposed. I would just recommend and request that the commission ask to include the historical information and data construction on the COA. If you're so inclined to approve, that was not notated, so thank you.
Thank you as always, Holly. Mickey, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, we felt that the Coventry gray was a little on the blue side. It's kind of a very light blue, which seems a little unusual for downtown. Shades closer to gray seems like it would be a little bit more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Regular board who'd like to go? Ray?
I can go. Yeah, so unfortunately, I have only been able to see any of the actual colors on the screens. Oh, do we have actual?
Yeah,
Okay.
that is gray.
White trim.
Yeah.
Because the Newport blue I'm very familiar with, but the Coventry gray I'm not. And it's circled here. Actually, I don't really read blue in this. I read gray. So
Yeah.
I
Blue on the
personally am
screen.
fine.
The scan is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ray's good. Val?
I'm good.
Abby?
Yeah, that's fine.
Angus?
Fine.
And I actually prefer, I think, the Wickham gray, which is slightly lighter.
Let's see.
I think you're going to read this with the white. This is going to be a very dark clapboard color, but I'm willing to go along with the other members of the commission.
I think that's kind of what they have, sort of close to, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
You mean the contrasty?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm opposed.
Thank you.
For the record, Stephen Welch.
Okay.
Let's see, that moves us on
Okay.
to 37 Cato rooftop solar. Karen? Hey, Karen.
Oh, I can't sit on this, it's my customer.
So Val is off and
Oh,
Joe,
Betsy.
Carrie's on. Sorry, Joe. Karen, when you see your stuff, walk us through, please.
Okay, so the house is on the corner of Cato Lane, Wasserman, and a dead-end street, Hiawassee, which is a continuation of Wasserman. And the front of the house is very open and visible. It's a manicured lawn right on the corner. But there's no solar on the front of the house. If you can scroll down to, yeah, so you can see from Cato Lane, the front of the house, no solar panels. So on the side of the house, we have panels on the dormer and another adjacent roof, and it's little to no visibility from Hiawassee Lane. Absolutely no visibility from Cato or Wasserman, but from Hiawassee, which is that lower left is, that's a dead-end street that your back would be towards, and those are the panels where the arrows are. And then we also have panels, let's see if we can see them, on the south side towards the pool from Cato Lane, and you wouldn't be able to see those. It's the dirt section of Cato. And the privets and the fence come up and cover the roof. And so that's pretty much it.
Okay, thanks, Karen. I have a question. This is only on the main structure, correct?
Pardon?
This is only on the primary dwelling?
Yes.
Okay, just, I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Does anyone have questions? Again, regular board and Carrie.
I do have a question. Is it going on the photographed roof, or is it becoming a black roof?
Is it becoming a black roof? No.
Yeah, so the color of this roof is,
Yeah, the roof is
It's
new,
staying?
so it's not gonna.
it's staying. Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, who would like to begin?
I think I'm okay with this. It's not on the front of the house. It seems to be, minimally visible from the secondary road. And it's on the lower roof plane, and it's not the front, it's actually the garage, the side of the garage. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see.
I can
Abby?
go. Oh,
No, yeah, go.
Ray?
I agree with Carrie. All the points she made. Therefore, I have no problem with this.
Okay, let's see, Angus?
I agree.
Abby?
Nothing to add there.
I have some reservations and concerns. However, it is, I think, other than the roof not being black, it does meet our guidelines. It's just that the house is situated, it's an atypical layout to have the garage present as the front. Actually, 2 garage doors is the front of this house.
Correct.
But again, Karen, as you said, the solar is viewable from Hiawassee, which is a dead-end street. I would like to get some consideration for a deciduous tree planted adjacent to the driveway towards Hiawassee. And it would not encumber, it would be a beautiful addition to the yard, and it would not encumber the solar panels in any way. And it could help to just visually screen from Hiawassee, which I think would be beneficial, given the gray roof elements will be a highly contrasting. So those are my comments.
I'd go along with that, adding the tree to obscure it a little bit.
Okay.
Through you,
Can we
Mr.
just clarify to obscure the piece on the from the photograph where you can see that low plane from Hiawassee?
Yeah, the
Is that-
garage roof is
that what
viewed
you're-
from Hiawassee.
That's it, okay.
If you
Thank
scroll
you.
further, the lot does not have a lot of room on that.
No, I noticed, I saw, if you go to the locust plan,
Yeah.
can we zoom in on that locust plan, like 3 clicks? So there's pin oaks here. Can we bring it down a little bit? Bring up my LeBron James. So there's some pin oaks here, but basically just something in this area here. Boom, small deciduous tree. It doesn't have to be an elm. I personally think it'd be appropriate. What would we like to
Through you,
do?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Karen's nodding yes on that one.
So
You-
moved.
Are you good? Tree's fine? Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
So why
Angus,
don't we
go ahead.
do approve subject to Exhibit A? I'll mark up where the tree location is. Is that your motion? right?
Sure, yeah.
Angus, I think, was about to.
Angus?
I had moved the motion.
Oh, did you? I didn't even hear that. Exhibit A?
He was about to, and.
Sure.
Excellent. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving right along. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
To 3, where fence. Linda Meredith. Do we have Linda with us? Thank you. Linda?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name's Chris Meredith, and my wife is here, Linda. And we're looking to put up and replace an existing fence that's in our backyard where we have grow our food. We have a 7-foot fence back there now, and we're looking to you go back one, you can see the property right there. We're locked. You can't see our property or our house from any public way. We're right, and that big brown spot there is the 40B development that's coming in. And we're looking to redo the fence in our backyard, and we wanted to replace it with this a different, not a regular wood fence. It's actually a Simtech ashland fence. If you scroll down a little bit further, it's actually a new type of fencing that we've been looking at, and it's molded. That's it right there. That's a sideways shot of it. And that is the type of fencing that it would be. You really can't even tell that that's upside down. Yeah, there you go. And that's what we'd be putting back there to go into where our existing fence is right now. It actually comes in 4-foot sections, which will allow both my wife and I to put it in ourselves. So that's part of the reason why we're looking to do it. But it will, we have a garden. We have a problem with the deer back here and our food source, and the fence that we have now is in dire need of repair. So we just like to replace it. And
Thank you, Chris. Question again, what's the name of the fence manufacturer?
it's Ashland's. It's a Simtech Ashland fence.
Okay, thank
The
you.
specs are at the very bottom of this thing. It's got a sound barrier built into it. It withstands hurricanes up to 130. It's got it's actually really kind of pretty attractive looking fence, and it's Nantucket gray.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Yep.
Let's see, who would like to, first of all, does anyone have any questions for Chris? Who would like to go?
I'll go.
Regular board.
You're not gonna see this, and it will also protect them from the incoming development, so although it's an unusual product, you're not going to read it from anywhere that you can see it, so I think it's fine.
Okay. Let's see, Abby.
Well, that's an extensive fence. Someone's going to be on the other side of that. I think the material, vinyl, I would rather see an old-fashioned wood fence myself. But I know. But I'm just saying that someone's on the other side of that fence, and that's a lot of, it goes around the entire property. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Ray, I just want to comment quickly that typically our guidelines require a vining material every other panel. Ray?
Question, a few questions, actually. So the current fence, is it 8 feet tall?
It's about 7.5.
7.5, and
Yeah.
it's a board fence?
Yeah, well, it was a combination of netting, split rail. We've had, like I said, when they came in, we've had a problem with deer out here anyway, keeping them out of that area because they jump over everything. So we added netting up, but since they cut the forest down in our backyard, all the deer kind of moved into our property now. So they're like all over our land. So and the fences, it just needs to be replaced, so.
Thank you. Ray?
So the vegetation being cut down is going to make this fence visible or no?
No, actually you can't see our house from anywhere over there, and we've been here over 30 years planting stuff. Our property's pretty
So whether or
well
not you can
covered.
see the house, but you can't see the fence either, regardless of the fact that they cut the vegetation down?
Yeah, because there's a 10-foot buffer that had trees on it, and then there's all of our planting on our property that we planted in the backyard. And then we've also had to replace our septic system, so we just added another 45 trees my wife and I planted last year.
Okay.
So we've been really, trying to kind of regain the privacy that we lost when they came in and cut everything down. And
Yep.
so we've
Got
been
it.
very,
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
I think I'm
Yep.
on with this.
Good, okay. Let's see, Angus?
I think due to the lack of visibility, I'm fine with it as well. Yeah, trusting that it's this like weathered gray color. I think the thing that reads most atypical about this is that horizontal in the middle of the two 4-foot sections. And if it were possible to get that one continuous longboard, it could still have top and bottom rail, but not that middle rail. That would make it a lot more palatable for me, but I'm fine either way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are you taking
Dale?
public comment at some point?
Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Everyone spoke but me. I'll wait. Linda?
I know the property well. My horse used to live there. They had my horse, and I helped them with some other projects. There is a large no disturb buffer between the 40B and their yard that can't be cut. So not only is it, they cut their own yard to put the garden in, but there's a huge no disturb buffer on the outside of the fence, which makes it even more difficult to see, even if you're in the 40B, because I've been in the 40B. And from Wero, you can see nothing, because they had a paddock and they had all kinds of screening, and there's two houses there blocking it. So whether it has the horizontal piece on it or not, you still cannot see that fence from anywhere, not any side of it.
Thank you. So my thoughts are that due to lack of visibility, though this is atypical, it's not inappropriate for the location. And given the existing vegetation, I think our requirement for binding material on alternating panels would be unnecessary. And can we get, what I would like to ask is if we get a motion for approval that it includes a request for the applicant to submit a couple of images of the fencing after it's been installed. From, some distance away, 50 feet or so, just to get a better perspective of what it looks like in the field.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you, Ray. All in favor, raise motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Chris?
Yes, thank you
Linda are all set.
Thank you for your time. You guys do an amazing job.
Thank you. Chris, we usually hear that beforehand, so we know it's genuine afterwards.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Anyone ever comes here is just genuine. Number 5, 10 Orange Street fence replacement. Is Karen here? Good evening, Karen. When you can try and speak, we'll let you know if we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good.
Why don't you go ahead when you see your project up on the screen and kind of walk us through, kindly direct staff through images and whatnot.
Okay, so that picture that you see now is a 1936 postcard of my property. The wall around my property, that's Stone Alley that you see going up to Orange Street. We're at 10 Orange. And the wall that you see going up Stone Alley still exists. It's exactly the same. I don't think it's even the same fencing material, I believe. The wall running perpendicular runs along the edge of my property, which I share with Ginger Andrews, and she submitted an email just that she feels good about this. And I'd like to replace that wooden fence that sits on top of that brick wall that has come down over the last, I think, 20 years. There was a large hedge that was there instead, and it had fallen over and was hitting Ginger's house. And so we cut down the hedge, and now there's nothing there. So I want to replace it with the wooden fence that you see in this picture from 1936. So it looks pretty much like that. It'll just be raw wood. And yeah, there it is as it exists now. And we've cut back a lot of that vegetation that you see now, but we would continue that fence along the edge perpendicular to Stone Alley.
Thank you, Karen. Let's see, questions? Anyone in the regular board?
I have a question.
Angus?
There doesn't appear to be a site plan with where this fence is, but I'm looking at the locus and making an assumption that it would go along Stone Alley and follow the perimeter of the property till it gets to the corner of the house that's on Gardner's Court. Is that correct?
Yes, it just will run, it'll run a straight line from Stone Alley over to Gardner's Court. But there actually won't go all the way to Gardner's Court because my property then has a little bit of fencing and it's between me and Ginger, and I'll just reconnect to that existing bit.
So it goes from the building through the chair.
Not the building, it's on the corner of the property.
Karen, please let him finish and then you can respond. Thank you.
So the fence would go from the eastern side of the house that's on Orange Street to the south corner, the southeast corner of the cottage on Gardner's Court?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Anyone else? Okay, Angus, why don't you begin? Or actually, Holly, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the house that's associated with this property is a circa 1802 typical Nantucket. It was built for a Peleg cogshell. It's also known as the Captain Nathaniel Carey House, and it was back in the 70s. Historic American Building Survey did a little bit of a neighborhood survey and included this structure and many others on Orange Street. So a detailed site plan showing the location of the 6-foot fence, 42 feet long, would be very helpful. The historic photos clearly show a board fence on top of a parged stone wall, and I'm wondering if this is replicating it in kind as it previously stood, with those details. Appreciate the email of support we received from Ginger Andrews that you all have received a copy of. I note on the 1970s HABS report, it says that a, quote, stone retaining wall and picket fence on Stone Alley. So I'm curious on when this changed from a picket fence, which is typical with the OHD, to the board fence. But I do think more information, and definitely a site plan, is needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything to add?
Not a lot. It's, it seems like a tall fence to go on elevated, on top of a wall. I guess if what's existing has been pre-approved, then it's just an extension of that. I might have missed what the material is. I know it's certainly wood, but what kind of wood is it? Is it pressure treated or cedar or whatever? So those are our thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Who'd like to begin? Regular board?
I can.
Ray?
So, do we know what type of wood it is, to Mickey's point?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It's just raw wood.
Okay, it should probably be red cedar. And my other comment is, it would be great if the photograph that was submitted dating from 36 shows a slightly different configuration than the one that exists currently, which has sort of a step down. It would be great if this new fence replicated the 36 version of that in terms of the height and detailing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ray. Who's next?
Could I clarify that? Yes, thank you. So the fencing running along Step Lane, Step Alley?
Stone Alley.
Stone Alley. In the 36, that's a picket fence?
No, it's solid, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, it is solid, just looks like it's got some ribbing to it or something. I would love to know what that is.
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify?
Holly?
What I was referring to is in the 1970s report, which I can hand this over to you, when they indicated the site and surroundings, they said that the stone retaining wall and picket fence on Stone Alley. So at that particular time in history, there was a picket fence.
Yeah, so in this restoration of the fence, I would go along with picket on Stone Alley and then the board fence going across the northeast or whatever that back portion is that goes over to Gardner, towards Gardner.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see. Who wants to go next?
I'm happy to go.
Go ahead.
So I like the suggestion from Ray to go back to the same configuration that's shown in 36. I thought this was pretty straightforward with the vertical boards that are facing east in that photo. But as you look at what goes from that corner, the east corner up Stone Alley, you see, especially up near the cap, it looks like a dental. And I think that's because of it being picket as opposed to wider plank boards. So I would also agree with Abby in the suggestion of replicating this, and also the relation of where the fence is in relation to the wall. It looks like it's almost flush, whereas today it's kind of behind the wall and yeah.
Okay,
That's
thanks,
all.
Angus. Let's see, I guess that leaves Val?
I really don't have any concerns, and if it was me and I was made to go back to picket, I'd leave it the way it was for privacy.
Thank you. So I have a few concerns. One, it relates to the fact the application itself is incomplete. What I mean by that is literally the application is incomplete. It should state heights, it should state materials. Two, the package is incomplete. There's no site plan. The checklist, which was submitted, which I presume was reviewed, has nothing checked on it. And this is the second one tonight where we're tied up. We're going to be reviewing something and then we're going to have to bring it back and review it again. So that's problematic. Where I am with the fencing is that I think we can approve what's there and maybe even clean up some of the heights of the lower two sections closest to Union so that they're uniform. And, you know, I looked at this picture, I actually don't see enough shadow here to think, I thought this was like a corrugated sheet on its side.
It looks like it, yeah.
I know, it's a little tight for picket, isn't
We
it?
want the original corrugated
Yeah, we want
metal.
the corrugated. Let's bring back old Nantucket. Not that romantic sentimentality version that we all have. Okay, so those are my thoughts, but Karen, I think we need a complete application given the location of this property. Stone Alley is, as you know, as you're familiar with, is and that whole area is an important area. So what we'll be looking for is at the very least, a blow-up of the locust plan with the fence location and the fence type or types clearly indicated in plan. You can key it, it can be a, a letter basis, you don't have to spell it out, but it needs to be clear. We need the materials added to, the materials you're proposing added to the application. And I think that we can kind of quickly finalize it once we have all that. This isn't something we can add to it as an exhibit A in my mind.
Can I add a thought before we,
Yep.
I don't want to
Add it.
belabor this, but there's a, where that corrugated, whatever that is, ends at the back, there's a shadow of a line where it looks like they added onto the top. And if they continue that line, the old line where they hadn't added it, that would make this a lot more appealing. Because right now it comes down, it comes across, then it goes up again, and it would be a lot more, a cleaner design if they were to go back to that original line that goes across. That's,
Okay, and Abby, I just want to be clear, that is as opposed to the more recent image where there's basically a angular jog down and then two heights?
yeah, just make it maybe,
height.
yeah.
Okay, on the lower concourse.
And I'll make up that motion to hold for more information and
Complete application.
complete application, please.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. That moves us on to 25 East Lincoln. When you're ready.
We have, this is a house, we have permission to do some major renovations to it. I was here before you guys last winter. If you scroll under the images, basically it's a two-story house by Brant Point with a one-story addition. We have permission by you guys to pick it up out of the setbacks, bring it into the property to conform, moving it away from the wetlands. Well, as best you can, as you see the site plan, it is wetlands. This house flooded several times. I think I remember that winter storm of 2012 or 13. That whole area was about under 2 feet of water. This whole house has been flooded. We have photographs and marking in it. Anyways, the renovation, the new permission, the new plan is to pick it up, which is all approved, everything's approved. We're asking to demo it because of, when you look at the floor plan, if you go to the floor plans, you can see the colors. They're hard to see. Okay, never mind. Basically, that's the as-built. No, that's the house. That's the as-built. Keep going. Shit. And, okay, the new. So basically, what is left is we're removing the whole roof system. We're removing the left wing, removing the chimney, and we're picking the whole thing up so there is no foundation. It's just sitting on the ground on piers. And the end result is the only thing that's left is some exterior walls. It's all new windows, everything's new. And when we started exploring, the sill is gone because it's been flooded, and the first floor framing is all kind of rotted. So, I mean, we could work with what's there, but more efficient to get rid of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Holly, did you want to comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, yes, you all did approve changes to the structure. This is a circa 1949 and 1950 mid-century cottage. It had a couple additions back in the 70s and 80s. And we have a actually new Form B that has been drafted by our consultants to update the old HDC survey on file. The age, I just want to mention the age on this COA that's before you is incorrect. It actually has the tax assessor's information, which is not always correct. I do appreciate Ethan's providing the current as-built drawings. I guess I would have a couple of questions through you, Mr. Chair, to Ethan. Is the intention to completely demolish the existing structure and then build what was approved?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, if the board is so inclined to approve that, I note that the previously approved COA that shows the changes to the existing structure notates the existing structure. And I would think for clarity's sake and historically purposes, that an approval with this demo of this structure, if you're so inclined, would also include to revise the previously issued COA so it's clarified that it's actually a new structure versus a existing.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Mickey, this isn't in the OHD, but I'll give you a stab if you got anything to add.
Well, it is in our zone, actually, and we've commented on it a long time ago. So,
It isn't in the OHD.
well, we cover all of Brant Point.
But Mickey, it isn't in the OHD.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry, but we have a map that shows our area, and this is well within the interior of our map, which includes all of Brant Point. But thank you, I will comment on it if you don't mind.
No, briefly, please.
So this is a full demo now. So what was approved, I think you're looking at the as-built, not the proposed building. But there you go. So when this was approved, it was approved as an addition and a renovation. And I would say that some allowances were given because it was an addition. For instance, the massing is kind of unusual as it addresses the street. The front door is almost invisible. It's under a porch facing sideways. Now that this is a full-on demo, I would think that the design could be revisited to be a little bit more conforming to what you would expect facing East Lincoln Street, because this is a little unusual. So I guess I would just consider the notion that this is now starting from scratch. And is that the design that you want to have there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. That brings us to the full board. And are there, who would like to begin?
I can.
Ray.
So interestingly, the first thing that I was going to say on this prior to hearing Holly's and Mickey's comments was looking at what was approved as the, quote unquote renovation of this building really obliterates. There's no way of telling like what fragments of the old building are annexed into the new design. And I actually think that there's merit to Mickey's comment of like, well, as long as we're approving it as a demo now, and we have a little bit of flexibility, could we revisit this full two-story building and make adjustments to the design of the new building as a quid pro quo in terms of seeing the old one go completely to heaven? That's my comment.
Oh, thank you. Let's see, Val.
I wouldn't be adverse to that. Could we also, would it be possible, Ethan, for somebody to take it the way it is?
We've had a bunch of people who asked about taking it, but due to its current condition, there's really no first floor deck. It's rotted, and there's not much. It was hard to get it out of Brant Point, out of that area. So, and then they found out what it's going to cost, and like, forget about it.
Gotcha. Okay.
We had 2 inquiries.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, there are a few things I like about the design here. Mainly the south with the sort of the porch with the windows, and I think the north elevation with just a simple elevation. But I think a lot more could be done to the east and west, and since we're starting from scratch, I would work on those 2 elevations. Thank you.
Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
Thanks. So I'm going to take the premise that basically was stated that much of the existing structure is obliterated by what was approved. And then I'm going to go the opposite direction than everyone else. The applicant has an approval in hand for a structure that we deemed appropriate for the location. I think it would be difficult at best and perhaps a legal issue for the commission to be requiring that as a condition of the move-off, that original approval is no longer valid.
And we have a
I
building
think that
permit.
would be without precedent and easily challenged and tie us up in court. I'm not a lawyer, but I am going to state that because that would be my understanding. Having said that, I think the concept of this structure, it is not individually significant. It is not a structure. It might even be considered, given the chimney location, which HSAG regularly rails against as being inappropriate. This structure could be considered under building with Nantucket 9, the very definition of intrusive as it stood. I believe, having sat on the original approval, that mentality led to the wholesale renovation of the structure. Number one. Number two, given the condition of the structure, which I'd like to see documented, I believe Ethan, but for posterity, for the record, I personally would have no issue with this being a move-off demo, with the understanding that, in fact, it is a demo. I would have, my concern would primarily be with the transition of having modifications documented as were approved versus a new dwelling. I will note that, and I've seen this in many structures around the island, unfortunately, when there is a heavy renovation such as this, the structure is basically rebuilt from the inside out. And there's no demo application. And Ethan has come forward, in all honesty and being forthright, to address what is a concern with a structure that's untenable to be working with. So those are my thoughts. The last thing would be procedurally, Ethan, I think that if we get to an approval on this, that you would be basically submitting a letter and indicating what's happening, that the original renovation has turned into a wholesale rebuild, and reference the drawings, including their date and the sheet numbers, and staple 8.5 by 11 of the original approval to it and reference that as attached. And then we would simply make a notation on the application to a similar effect. And from the administrative side, Holly, does that kind of jive with what you'd want to see?
I think that would be self-explanatory. For posterity's sake, knowing that not only did this structure was, I think we also had a historic determination on it, because there's a couple other things on it from an administrative perspective. I did want to ask a question about, because this is with flooding is the key component here, and we have the resilient Nantucket design guidelines, and contributing structures can be reduced in height. I would want to ask through you to Ethan, with the, because I don't remember, if the elevation certificate on file was the full height that FEMA required, or if were they allowed to be reduced because of it being contributing structure. And I think that is going to be the biggest.
Right, so Ethan, let's get, just to follow the line of thought here, so we're all on the same page, regardless of what the ultimate decision is. The current design, is this at the design flood height, or is it at a lower height due to the historic determination on the original house?
This is at the design flood height by you guys in the surveyor, and also Concom.
Okay.
So you're 100% right. We were going to tear it down and start over, build a new house, but order of conditions,
Yep, no.
footprint, we are in the wetlands.
Gotcha. And then just to follow on to Holly's comments, if the structure is a move-off demo, clearly historic determination no longer is valid, so you need to be at the design flood elevation, which is why I asked, because
Yes.
if this was not at the design flood elevation, that would bring up another point of discussion, which is, we do need to review that.
Oh, no, it is at the
Okay.
correct height.
Okay. So that's a lot of information, but I think we can all handle it. What would we like to do, folks?
Motion to approve the move-off demo of the existing and to reaffirm our approval that we approved prior.
Can I add to that?
Yeah?
With a letter form as stated prior in the meeting and attachments.
So question, so we have a building permit, does it, we just add this to that, amend that? Okay.
And just take a look at the tape. It's basically, you're gonna describe what is being conducted here in terms of a trade from a renovation, whole house renovation to a new structure. Reference the drawings, attach the drawings, previously stamped and approved, 8.5 by 11. Have the application annotated, the actual COA application annotated.
Got it.
Provide Holly any additional information she requires, and that will be what the approval is.
Okay.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, again, it's regular board, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Yes.
Angus is opposed for the record.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm going to sit off for the next three.
okay, so let me just get reoriented here. Thank you again, Abby, for these glasses, they're a big help.
Can I write that?
I can write it if you want.
You're gonna have to.
Okay, let's see, 2 Charter Street, window replacement, is Seth with us?
I'd love to cut to the chase on this one.
Yeah,
Is Seth here?
I don't hear anything.
He's replacing TDL windows with TDL windows.
No, they're Andersons.
No.
They're Andersons.
Yeah. Is Seth here? No, I don't see him. Okay, so we're just gonna hold this one.
Okay.
50 Old Point Road, deer fence.
May I?
Yeah.
Just, in the interest of perhaps shortcutting this one. This is about the fact that these are Anderson windows, right? Has anyone said to him that that's what the?
And they're
Okay.
in the rear, too.
I agree.
Yeah.
But just for
Okay.
the sake of consistency, if somebody just said like you might get some pushback because of the Andersons in the OHD.
Holly, please.
I think I totally understand that point. But there is no other information as like a window survey to give us any indication on the
Fair enough.
status of the existing windows?
So I think just without opening this, what I'd like to do is, I kind of registered this one under incomplete, and we would please email him, let him know what we need. It doesn't have to be a encyclopedic window survey, but he needs to include it, some images, whatever's required, and we can move this along.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, we're back to 50 Eel Point. Lindsay, good evening.
Hey there.
Why don't you, once you get us up and running, when you see your site plan, and kindly direct staff through the pages.
I mean, I think the page you're on is good. Essentially, we're just trying to do an 8-foot tall deer fence around the property. Very similar to what people have done further down the street. PT posts, wire, and cattle wire fence.
Can I jump right in?
Yeah, so first, your board is myself, Angus, Connie, Ray, and Val. And Ray's gonna start.
It looks to me, Lindsay, that the fence is literally almost all the way around the property, following the property line. There's a point where it doesn't for some reason, but, well, there's a wetland issue, so that's part of it. But on, say, the Ranger Road side and the Eel Point side, it literally is on the property line. And of course, you know that what the board is looking for is to have it set back from the property line so that we can have a little bit of your vegetation rather than town vegetation or neighboring vegetation being the thing that is screening the fence.
So it is set back, like the line is actually, we're inside our property on both. And the idea is to keep it hidden. Like on the Ranger Road side, it's
Okay, so
actually,
just here, if we could scroll up a bit.
Not hidden from the people, hidden from,
Okay, isn't this the property line right here?
there's a, that darker shaded line, I believe below it is.
This one?
Yeah. If you cut it off.
Okay, isn't this the property line?
I think the line next to it is, there's another one towards Ranger Road. Our intent is to have it inside the property line so that there is vegetation.
Okay, as long, that's my only concern, but I just want to make sure that that's the way it's done. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ray. Let's see, Val.
my concern is the seeing of it, and from Eel Point Road, the vegetation's kind of sketchy, so I would just want to make sure we don't see a whole lot of it. We're becoming an island that's fenced in, fencing the deer out, and everywhere we go, there's posts and wire. It's driving me crazy.
Where are the deer gonna eat?
They can come to my yard.
Send them all
I
over to
just-
Val's yard.
Feeding them, so they don't just croak on the road.
Deers and herding kittens.
Fence them all off, they're all gonna starve.
Let's see, Angus, would you like to contribute to the melee here?
I have the same concern that Ray has expressed about the setback. I mean, I don't know what the regular protocol is. Is it 10 feet or what do you give for vegetation?
I'm not sure there's a regular number, but.
But anyway, the purple line that designates the fence, except for that northwest corner, as we're looking at it in this picture, the top left corner, it really does appear to follow the property line almost exactly. So that would be my concern, is to give a buffer for vegetation.
Okay, thank you, Angus. That leaves Connie.
So I have the same concern, and it seems awful tall to me. I mean, they probably can still jump over it if they want, but 8 feet seems a little high. Thank you.
Okay, I don't disagree. What would we like to do?
Can I just say one thing?
Lindsay, go ahead.
I mean, we're fine with adding, bringing it in, if you just tell us how much space, like we actually already have trees planted along Ranger Road, and the intent is to use those trees to screen it. So, if you want us to move it in 5 or 10 feet,
Okay, so it sounds like a relatively simple motion if somebody is inclined.
But what about in the front?
10 feet. What did we do at,
You can see it, though.
6, what's the street after the MSPCA? I should know it, but, yeah, and we moved it, I think we moved it back from the street, Hickory Meadow, 10 feet from the setback.
No.
10 feet from this.
Oh, no, we put it on the setback. I think it's a 20-foot
I never-
setback.
It never changed anyway.
He never returned.
I didn't approve it. I don't do those inspections. What would we like to do with this one?
What is the gate made of? I'm just asking the question.
Oh,
What is the gate made of? What is
there's
that?
no gate, we're just having it return on the side.
Oh.
oh.
Can
So
have
the deer
cattle
can
grate
walk
in
up
the-
the
in the-
I
driveway.
think he might do it down the line, but we're not asking for it.
How about we just move it back to the setback
I like that plan.
and 5 feet in around the perimeter?
Yeah, is the board against cattle grates, or?
No,
No.
So if we wanted to do a cattle grate, you'd be fine with it?
I would be. I think it's the right solution rather than having an 8-foot gate.
Exactly.
But that's not on the
Yeah, we don't wanna do a gate.
Yeah, that's not on the
Lindsay,
table.
that's not on the table at the moment anyway. We're trying to get a motion for you to get something. And it sounds like to the setback on Eel Point Road,
Front
that's
yard setback.
10 or
And you're gonna see it
It's
more.
a 30-foot setback, I think.
30 feet.
On Eel
But we
Point
need
Road.
vegetation because the vegetation on Eel Points is sparse. So 30 feet and then it's probably 10 on the sides, right, for a setback?
Yeah.
30 and 10? So I would make that motion contingent on there being supplemental vegetation placed on the road side of the fence on the Eel Point Road side.
And I would like to add that it should be, I think it would be best if it was an invisible green color fence and the posts were painted invisible green. Because this is gonna stand out against the, I think it's gonna stand out no matter what. And if you vegetate it sufficiently that you don't see it, it's gonna change the nature of that whole lot. So, and I would also suggest that this would be, an approval as a test case in large capital letters on the COA. So we are indicating that this isn't something we're looking for necessarily to happen as a precedent-setting decision. Is anybody concerned about that?
Okay, so you want me to try and summarize that in a motion?
I love when you summarize what I say.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the fence, posts being painted invisible green. I don't know about the fencing itself, that's just wire.
Yeah, it's great.
Black wire.
It's gonna be Galvy.
Yeah, that's gonna be,
Okay.
that's gonna disappear.
So then the posts invisible green, the fencing will run along the front yard and the side yard setback lines. And on the Eel Point Road side, also known as the front, there will be supplemental vegetation added to make the fence invisible from Eel Point Road. And it's noted in the approval that this is a test case to see how effective this will be, this method will be at making these fences invisible from a publicly traveled way. That's my motion.
All in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
And, Ray will have you write that one up. And now we're gonna go to 4 Meadowview.
Hang on.
No, one? I thought it was one. Val against.
Me.
Oh, and Connie. So let the record reflect 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Connie and Val.
All right, the next one I'm sitting off of.
22 minutes.
Darla's my
22 Woodland.
Yeah, 22, thank you. I gotta use that line. 22 Woodland fence. Darla?
Another fence, yes.
Good evening. Yep. So one moment, please, while I gather myself up. Ray just said something that I want to hold on to for a moment. Abby's not here. Angus, Ray's active. Al's not. So I think it will be Carrie and Joe. So your board will be myself, Angus, Carrie, Joe, and Ray. Okay, why don't you go ahead when you're ready?
Okay, so I would like to put up a privacy fence along my driveway between my house and the next door neighbors. It's about 200 feet, starting a little bit off the front and running about 200 feet to the back. The reason is for privacy, and I hope you don't tell me I have to have a big setback because the driveway is, maybe 3 feet from the property line, and then the other house, their side door is about 5 feet from the property line. So not a lot of space on that side, which is why I want the fence. And the other thing, in the interest of full disclosure, and if you tell me to come back again, I will, but I bought the panels instead of this fence. I bought the panels, so it's what you call the 5-1, but it's not the 5-1, it's just 6. It doesn't have the lattice on top. It's a full 6 feet high, 8 feet wide panels. So that's what I propose to put up down my long property line.
Okay, thank you so much. let's see here, that is going to be,
I mean,
Any
there are
questions?
trees there. I was going to I could put them on either side of the trees are right on the line. So some of them are dead, but I'm going to put them probably right in front of the trees on my side,
to the inside of the.
to
on
the
your
inside of my tree, the tree. The trees, I think, were planted right
property. Not the
on.
dead ones, though, you're going to take those out.
I'm going to take those out, yeah.
Thank you, Darla. Does anyone have any questions for Darla first?
I have a question.
Angus, please.
So where it's highlighted on the site plan, is that where the intention is to have the fence?
Yes,
So it would go all the way, you're proposing to go all the way to Woodland Drive Circle?
it's, I didn't draw the highlight all the way to it. It's maybe 20 feet, 10, 15 feet back, going to start.
Anything else, Angus?
That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Angus, do you want to start commenting?
Well, that would be my concern is where does the fence actually start? We don't usually have a high fence, a board fence right at the road. It's generally behind the, or at least in line with the structure.
Yeah, I can,
Darla, I'm sorry. So basically, Angus, we're going to want to just, you tell us what you think it should be, and then we're going to throw it around the group, and we'll come up with a solution that we want to support.
So, I mean, usually the house is closer when this is proposed, but I would say that the board fence would want to start at least halfway, if not at the house or behind it.
can I,
Darla, just bear with us. We'll go through the process, and, obviously, we'll give you another chance to speak. Carrie?
I agree to a point with Angus. What we don't have is the location of your neighbor's house and on a locus map, which is showing where their house is in relation to yours. Because this is a privacy fence, it does want to be back from the road more than you have it. But I'm just wondering, if we knew where their house is, maybe we could start it at the beginning of their house and then to yours, because I think yours is set back from their house. Is that correct?
we're right side by side.
You're
They're
right side by
on top of
side.
me, yeah. And
So maybe like 10 or 15 feet in front of your house towards the road, but not as far as you have it, because that's just not typical to see a big 8-foot fence that close to the road. It would need to be set back, but I would give you like 10 or so feet to give you that privacy and leaving all the vegetation on the street that you have. So that's
Can
where
I say
am.
one thing about,
Hold on one sec. We just kind of want to get through our thoughts. Joe?
Yeah, I think an updated site plan that shows the neighbor's house, that wasn't where I was going to start, but since it was mentioned, the neighbor's house, the pavement edge of pavement on Woodland, just to help make the correlation between the photographs and the actual site plan. And I think it would make some sense to have these large caliper trees, dead or not, marked on that site plan, because I think maybe laying a line out there in the field as if you were going to build the fence will be very telling, because I think it shouldn't be on the property line. It should be in, and I understand your driveway might be on it, but maybe the driveway has to shift ever so slightly, because you may end up creating the opposite effect, which would be to obliterate all the trees that separate your property from the neighbor's property. And we're looking at a simple line drawing that doesn't have, or maybe it's just an overlay of an aerial on here, but I do think a surveyed plan of the trees along there, because in the absence of that, you're going to end up with what we had in the previous application, which is we need at least a 5-foot buffer between the property line and.
That's helpful. It is, very.
It's helpful. That's an aerial that I'm looking at. It's definitely helpful, but I do agree with the other comments that have been said that, If you have a 6-foot fence towards, generally speaking, from the front corner of the house, around the backyard and the side yard is typically permissible. But then if once you're moving towards the road in the front yard, it usually drops down in height to something no taller than 42 or 44 inches. So I think maybe that site plan with the trees denoted on it would also help us to determine a logical spot where the fence should transition in height. Because I don't see having a 6-foot tall fence approved even halfway between the house and the front property line. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Joe. I think that leaves Ray.
Yeah, and I have the same issue, we never approved a fence of that height going all the way out to the front. And I think there have been different opinions about how much further forward of your house it can go. I think it could go forward of your house, just not all the way out to the road. Or have it step down, as Joe just mentioned. That's my.
Yep.
Thank you, Ray. Do we have an aerial view, Google? Can you bring it up on your computer? Are you on the internet? Yeah, you know how to use Google. Google Map? Or go to Map Geo and just bring that up? Can you do that, Holly?
Can I just say one more thing?
You can, but I'd ask you just to hold for a minute because I want to get my comments out and then we can see if that's makes a dent in any way, shape, or form, and we can decide if we're going to move this on or not. You can jump in the mix.
Their backyard is in the front yard.
Okay, so Darla, my thoughts and commission members are that this fence is appropriately installed up to, I don't know, arbitrarily 2 or 3 sections past the front of this house. The reason being is typically when we made our fence guidelines, we looked at more or less a cookie cutter layout of a subdivision. And not to be denigrate in any way, think of Sachem's Path. The homes are all on a similar setback distance from the street. There's a uniformity. The house line is all here, and you want the fences to kind of relate to that, not only the structure itself, but the other structures. I think in this instance, this extension of the fence actually gives the neighbors a benefit, which is blocking Darla's parking. It's not so long up in the front that it's problematic with respect to what we typically approve. And given the distances away from the street, it's also not an issue that's an eyesore. You do not have support for a fence to go the full length of the property towards the front, but I think if you wanted to screen your property from the neighbor and have it extend further up past your driving area, you might get some traction there, but we'll see if anyone changes their mind. Do you want to comment very, very briefly before we wrap this up?
Yes, in front of their house, next to my property line, is actually their backyard. They have a hard stone patio, they have a grill, they have a bunch of chairs, so they actually live right there, and in the back is where all the cars are parked, and there's about 8 to 9 cars parked back there every day. So I definitely want to go far in the back, which is fine, I have 200 feet. And I'm happy to just go a little bit in front. I understand that I don't need to go all the way out to the road, but I'm doing it sort of for the noise. And the trees, I have I'm gonna limb them up to 6 feet because I want the coverage above the fence as well for their second story.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
How long is a section of fence?
8 feet.
8 feet long?
8 feet long by 6 feet high, yeah. I got them from Marine, they're the normal.
Well, I would go so far as to say she could do 3 sections in front of their house and towards the
In
street.
front of their house.
So
like there.
Yeah, that's where their
you had
patio is.
24 feet
They
to
probably would have-
screen from their front yard and patio,
Got
because
it.
she's saying their patio is right here.
Does that cover you?
24 feet should,
I think so, I
Or do you
think
need
so.
32?
4
I
sections.
can take a picture of,
I think I would
So,
suggest 4.
okay, let's do
Because
4
from the street,
sections.
you're not gonna, it's not
you're
gonna
not
be
going
good.
to see
Right, the
it.
trees are gonna mask it.
Okay, so, it sounds to me like the motion would be a
To a-
6-foot fence that extends no further towards woodland than
4
32
sections.
feet from the perpendicular distance from the front of the neighbor's home.
Right. And,
Front, also known as the back.
Yeah, yeah.
and all the way back, as far as you wanna go, we're never gonna see it way back there.
Right.
And
Okay.
you will do an Exhibit A, someone?
Sure.
Okay. So motion is for approval subject to Exhibit A.
Right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, nothing like designing at the
Thank you.
table.
Yeah, we're dead
You're gonna
set
do it?
against that.
I know,
You're
you
gonna-
know,
Oh,
That's
I
like rule
know.
number one.
It is.
Just right here.
No
okay.
designing at the
Oh.
What,
table.
did you say you or me?
No, I
Yes.
thought that,
Okay. Would you mind, Ray, taking this next one? I just need a
Not at
break
all.
for a second.
Okay, so let's see, sauna? There you are. Okay, we're at 4 Meadowview. You're taking a break,
Connie and Joe would be your alternates.
and Abby is back or not back
Yeah, I'll be back on the next one,
on the next one?
want, if you want.
Okay, so sauna, here we go. Angus, Val, myself, Connie, Joe. Got it? There's the board. Let's go.
Okay, so basically, it's 4 Meadowview, and we are raising the roof on the left side of the house 4 feet to create a secondary, or second floor, basically, that's legal, to allow for 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. With the dormer off the back.
Yep, got it. Same roof pitch, right?
Yeah, exactly the same.
You're just lifting the whole
Just
thing
lifting
4
the roof
feet.
4 feet.
Okay, got it. Comments from the board?
One minor.
Go.
I think it's lovely. Just drop the secondary mass slightly, the eave, so that there's a differential between the main mass and the,
Oh, okay.
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the right side and the left side?
Yeah, yep,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can do that.
Like,
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, Val.
but that's it. It's great.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I did have some comments for your
Oh, go ahead.
consideration.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. This is a circa 1981 non-contributing structure. We need to put the dates on these COAs, Sana. While this is a non-contributing structure, it is a simple cape. The additional shingle space between the window and the door headers and the eave is a little concerning as it changes the character of the cape. I was concerned, I didn't see any dimensions as far as the height from grade to the eave, the proposed pitch of the second floor. And then I had concerns on what the visibility of the atypical shed dormer on the rear is. The dormer should follow building with Nantucket in mind. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Okay, so Val, you had already gone.
Yeah.
All right, so Angus, Joe, Connie. Oh, come on, you guys, don't be bashful.
I would agree with what's been said. It is a bit concerning. It looks like a little bit of a miss when you're looking at the facade and then the north elevation, the massing to the left, I think should be distinguishable. And right now, it's just too close. And I would agree about following the guidelines for the dormers. That's all, thank you.
Angus, thank you. Joe, Connie.
sure, I can go. Given that you're taking the roof off, I'm looking at the north elevation, I do think that it would be nice to just take a look at the door trim and the window sizes or even the header height, if you've got any wiggle room there to mitigate what Holly brought up about that shingled space. I think the left side mass, if that drops a foot, You'll get the break that was mentioned by two other board members, which I guess would make that a kind of like a, not quite a salt box because, yeah, because you want to have the eave lines line up in the back like you do with the dormer. And that's all coplanar in the back, so you can't drop it too much, otherwise that dormer starts to look peculiar. But I don't think you'll see it. I mean, overall, I'd say I appreciate that this is a minor intervention into a quaint cottage. I think that they're looking at the front elevation. I think they're maybe able to enhance it a little bit more. Those are my comments.
Joe, thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Agree with
Okay.
Joe.
Good. Yeah, so getting that differential between those two eaves on which, I think it's the front elevation. Yeah, the north elevation, which would require you to go to a sort of a reverse salt box type arrangement, which I think would be okay. And Joe may have mentioned this, but now that we're getting into sort of, slightly different vernacular than a ranch-style house, I think you could enhance the trim around the door so that it looks a little bit more like a house that I would see on, say, Darling Street, which does have a lot of room between the first floor windows, because there are only first floor windows there, no dormers, and the eave. So that's all I have to say. Should we move this for
Yeah.
some very minor revisions?
Oh,
yes,
no,
sorry.
I was going to say through staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to the clients and I had a feeling that the space was gonna be the issue.
Yeah.
They did say that they would be okay with maybe two.
We're looking
gable
for something a
dormers
little
on the
different.
front.
We're looking for something a little different than that.
Okay,
Like, I like I mean, I don't want to speak to the board, but I don't think anyone was necessarily in favor of adding dormers to the
okay,
front.
I just thought that
What we're
might break
looking
it up.
for is the differential in the plate height.
But we're
Okay.
absolutely happy to lower the plate height.
I'm
on
going to
the
make
side, but
a motion if everybody stops talking.
Can I speak? Turned off.
Motion to approve through staff, dropping the left mass when you're looking at the north eave line about 1 foot. And adding more trim around the front door so it's more akin to an old house that you'd see in town. Yeah,
Proper frontispiece.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try that out. So on Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. There you go, Shauna. Up, too late, man.
Okay. We're gonna move to 1315 Nancy Ann and Matt in here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Holly, can I share?
Your board is, I think, regular board. Get them before they're gone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a mixed-use structure. There we go. Okay, so this is a mixed-use structure, 1315 Nancy Ann Lane. It's a combination of uses, so this is actually two lots. It essentially will be merged as one lot. But basically, first floor use is shop space, so it could be wood shop. It's going to basically be designed for like F1 use, so probably like a higher hazard use rating, if you will. But it could be any number of commercial shop spaces. Second floor is 12 residential units, so it's a combination of 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. And the basement is underground parking. So in terms of context, I don't know if everybody's familiar with the site. Yeah. So the Frito-Lay building is right next door. So that's a green metal-sided building. And so basically, this is an industrial use. We are going to get, again, 12 units. It's going to be 6 2-bedrooms and 6 3-bedroom units. So it's going to provide a lot of housing, which is great. The design of the building, obviously, it's kind of a square footprint, if you will. But when we look at the massing, you'll see that we have a series of intersecting gables. The center does have a courtyard. And the reason for that is so that we can get light to the interior units. So when we look at the second floor plan, you'll see that the second floor interior apartments basically obviously get sunlight. So portion of that courtyard that you're not going to see is really a function of the second floor residential units. With that, I will scroll to the floor plan. So this is underground parking. Basement is 14 feet deep, so we can stack vehicles, but it's basically car storage. First floor, you can see these are the shop spaces. And so they do have overhead doors, combination of overhead doors and pedestrian doors, if you will. So the first floor has a series of overhead doors around the perimeter of it. As far as the street elevation is concerned, we do have an opening, which is kind of a pedestrian walkway to this interior courtyard. A majority of the parking is around the building. There's no parking in front of the building. We actually do have a green space in front of the building. We thought that would be better. We did go through a series of iterations where we did have parking in front of the building, but we made a concerted effort to flip it kind of later in the process to put the majority of the parking towards the rear of the structure. But then we also do have parking to the left and to the right. Currently, it's designed as one way in, one way out. There is enough room for two-way traffic. We have done preliminary reviews for emergency vehicles, access, et cetera, et cetera. The first floor, you'll see at the top of the page that there's the driveway or the drive to get to the below-grade parking. So again, that kind of semi-atypical unit is towards the rear of the building. Second floor, you can see the apartments here. Kind of use that term loosely, but again, it's a combination of 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, all have basically ensuite baths. And so this is basically intended to be workforce housing. There is some consideration for affordable, but that's a little bit too preliminary to discuss.
Yeah.
As far as the roof is concerned, you can see that around the perimeter, we have a series of intersecting gables, and the primary purpose of that is to break up the massing, if you will. So instead of having one long, elongated building, we have each elevation, while it is lengthy, it could be dramatically longer if we took the total square footage and spread it out. The other thing that's going to be useful for this is that we are going to be able to put solar panels on the inside of the gable, so you're not going to see them from any public way. So we're going to get a huge solar gain, but you're not going to ever see them, which I think is great. As far as the elevations, this is the street elevation. You can see we have the pedestrian access way that would permanently be open to the courtyard. We did debate putting in barn doors, which we could do, but they would probably be open a majority of the time. Anywhere we do have a pedestrian door, we did do a pent roof, and you'll see as we work our way around the building, any overhead door also has a pent roof just for function and to break up the scale. The first floor ceiling height is 14 feet because it is a shop space, so we really did want to max that out. It's a concrete slab on the first floor, obviously, but the second floor is elevated, and that's purely a function of the first floor ceiling height. So as we work around the building, you'll see we've got these overhead doors, and then the rear elevation here. This is actually the rear elevation with the drive-out basement, but again, that's on the back of the property. So you're really not going to see that. It will have a retractable door as well. And then finally, we just have some really simple perspectives. As far as the material is concerned, we're hoping to use a metal roof, metal siding, with the exception of the primary gables. Those would be in natural cedar to weather, and it's a black sash. And then we do have a...
We're going to skip the samples for now, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to kind of, people are chomping at the bit, I think, at this point.
To chat. This is just a quick rendering, just to give you a sense of the material changes from wood to metal to wood.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I would.
I will. No, Val can.
Okay. You can tell I'm like flabbergasted, but I did look at this earlier, so I have some notes. This building is only about 2,500 square feet smaller than the strip mall. So keep that in mind for size. The one that's getting approved next to Stop and Shop. So it's very
Who
big.
said it's getting approved?
Yeah.
And I think, given where it is, I understand that's a mixed-use area and there's metal buildings, but this is larger than anything remotely out there, including the apartment complexes. And I just think I'm sorry, Matt, it looks like a prison. There's no it just doesn't look to me like, I appreciate that there's housing in it, but there is nothing about it that says humans are living here. I'd like to see, all the eave lines are the same height. It's very shallow roof pitches, and I just think there needs to be some differentiation, maybe some open space. Like, I love that you have a pedestrian walkway, and I understand that the drive down's the other way, and I do appreciate the underground parking. You've handled parking beautifully. I haven't seen anything even close to this on Nantucket, and I really don't think that this is a direction that we should be going. That's what I have to say. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bill. Sorry for the crosstalk. I'm guilty of it. Ray?
So you take the HTC Building with Nantucket in Mind book, you turn it upside down, and this is what you get. It's violates pretty much every single guideline in the book. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, so that brings us to a tough act to follow, but Abby?
Well, I'll try to say something nice.
I thought mine was nice.
No,
It was nice.
I'm just. Yeah, no, but the frustration, I understand, the size is hard to digest. But I think what you said about the first floor being 14 feet, I mean, I think that's driving to what I want to say about the proportion of the fenestration way up there in this sort of, they look like dominoes. So I think, that 14 feet is driving a lot of the oddity in this. I don't know what to say about the massing. What is the roof pitch on that? Is that a 4 and 12?
It's a 6, I believe.
Okay.
So it is shallow.
I think that's also, that's another oddity. And, at this height, so you're going to see this from south, whatever it's called.
Old South?
Old South.
I mean, it's under 30 feet.
Guys, no crosstalk, please.
So-
Or interruptions.
What is the height, is it 30?
Is that a question for Matt?
Yeah.
What's the height, Matt?
It's
Tell us
just
the height.
under 30 feet.
30 feet.
Okay. Well, those are, I think, the things I would start to consider for redoing this.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
I have nothing to add.
Oh, I guess that brings it to me. Matt, I can see why this didn't make it to consent. I'm gonna pull a line out of John's book.
It's really good.
This requires a thoughtful redesign.
Can I respond?
Yeah. You may.
So, I mean, this is an industrial area. So there's a storage facility like right down the street. There's a metal building right next door. Like I said, the Frito-Lay building that's green, metal sided. There's boat storage. I mean, if there is a building of this size and this material, this is really the place for it to be. I think that if there is a designated industrial area, this is it. And so, again, the mass of the building is what it is. I can certainly look at dropping plates and eaves and start to consider dormers and things like that. But I do think that a structure of this size, I think this structure facilitates a huge need on the island in terms of shop space and residential units.
I want to stick to the architectural elements.
Well, I think they are related. It's a function of the use is determining the size, scale, and
But
mass.
we don't get into, as we don't get into what the function is, so.
So the only reason I'm saying is that some of the function is driving some of the architecture in terms of like the first floor ceiling heights and.
Look, I'm gonna interrupt you here, because you clearly, there's been a strong reaction, not favorable. There is an industrial use here, which may inform character and setting. However, this isn't the backside of Dave Kim, where that large storage building went up, that warehouse. This is a disparate and somewhat dispiriting attempt for a structure next to, across the street from, albeit larger residential structures, but they do very much resemble residential structures after painstaking effort by the HDC. And I think this is going to be one of those designs where we are really looking for, we didn't hold tight to this on a recent one, but that's not going to be the way I pursue these large structures. We're going to be looking for, fundamental material revisions within the first three in order to move it forward. And I think you've got the building with Nantucket in mind. You're obviously an incredibly talented designer. We need to see this one reworked substantially.
Okay.
I move for revisions.
Okay, so all in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Okay. All right, let's see.
Maxi.
That moves us to Maxi.
Maxi Road, actually.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Chip, you're up.
Yes. Excellent. Can I share the screen, please? All right. Weird. I'm sharing it. And there we go. Okay, I don't know, there seems to be a technological issue with me sharing it, so maybe you can pull it up and I'll walk you through. Sorry.
You're gonna have to turn some plans.
Maxi Road.
It's Maxi Pond Road.
Oh.
All right, maybe it's working now. Okay, can you see it?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for an application to revisions to a previous approval at 3 Maxi Pond Road. This shows the locus and the site plan. I want to point out the site plan. This is an existing structure that's being renovated. It's on almost the very back of the property. It's approximately about 325 feet back from the road. At the last meeting, you approved a tennis court in that blank area that's on the left-hand side, closer to the road. So it's way behind that. Many of the proposed revisions or fenestration changes that are on that rear L that's in that upper right-hand corner and on beneath the porch. So with that, I will go walk you through the elevations. So the west elevation, which is the facing the front of the lot, two proposed revisions. One is adding a chimney on the left-hand side, and the second is connecting two previously approved shed porches. You can see those in the upper right-hand corner just by wrapping that around. Those are the proposed changes on that elevation. Working around, so this is the side, and it is showing on the right-hand side that L that is pushed back from the main mass. Some fenestration, proposed fenestration changes beneath that porch and on that rear L, also adding a first floor covered porch on the, all the way to the rear. This is the back of the house. Again, proposed fenestration revisions and that porch that I just mentioned. And on this elevation, which is facing the side, again, seeing that porch to the left, the chimney in the middle, and the proposed entry revision beneath the front porch on the right. So with that, I will go back to the front elevation and turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Chip. Any questions for Chip? Comments? Val's got a question.
On the north, Chip, where you have the new chimney,
Yeah.
what's the box next to it?
Okay, let me get that.
Do
That is a second floor outdoor shower that was previously approved. If you look in the upper right-hand corner, you can
Oh, on the
see
second
that.
floor. Ah, that's something. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
As, I don't see a stamp on that previous approval, Chip. I'm teasing.
I'm happy to supplement the application with that.
I'm teasing you.
Okay.
Ray?
I think that the revisions are pretty benign.
Angus?
I don't see a big.
I think they actually make an improvement.
Abby? Motion? Or
Well,
concerns?
No, it's definitely a Chip Webster. I can see that, like, coming through, but, yeah, I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thanks. How about a motion?
Motion to approve
What about the chimney?
with adding a chimney cap on the chimney,
Corbelling?
corbelling on the chimney.
Okay. And that's, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. That moves us to 71 Orange Street.
I'm gonna
Hey,
sit
everyone.
off.
Bye-bye.
Picket fence. Val's gonna sit off.
I'm going to talk to my
We're
guys.
gonna get another, hopefully not half-hour discussion about a fence. It will be. Looks like it's gonna be Joe. And stand it in. Hey, good evening, Tori. So your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Ray. And once you get it up there, please kindly walk us through and direct staff to the page you want to be on as you go.
Okay, one more time. Steve, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Ray.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, 71 Orange Street. This is a circa 1822. I don't have my glasses on, but it is on the application there. Home, we are looking to do a picket fence. The surrounding neighborhood is loaded with picket fence on the left, right, center, and behind of this particular property. The red line shows the extent of the length. We're looking to go along Silver Street for the majority, from the corner of Orange to the driveway in back. There's plenty of photos for reference as well. And we're looking to include 2 gates with a sample photo of the gate we're proposing also included. One gate is on Silver Street, about halfway down the line, and the second gate is at the driveway. And there will be vegetation throughout. I believe there's a sample of the gate we're proposing and the fence. Holly and I looked at building with Nantucket in mind, and our height is exactly the height recommended in building with Nantucket in mind, which I believe is 3 foot 2 inches. Type 2 picket with a cap, painted white. Our property's on the left here, and you can see there's a picket fence right across the street that we're also looking to build similar. And I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Tori? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, Tori's correct, circa 1822 typical Nantucket. Type 2 cat picket fence is appropriate to the character and setting of the Orange Street and Fish Lots area of the OHD. For history, recent history, I should say, in 2021, there was a hardscaping approval for the driveway, apron, and a patio with a 6-foot privet hedge along Silver Street. It's very clear that with that approval, their secondary driveway was installed, some hardscaping was installed, but the privet hedge was not. So since portions of that approval have been installed and others haven't, I think the review should incorporate those changes with an updated site plan. If you go to some of those photos, I know that was a comment, and maybe Mickey will bring up, about this hardscaping material, that it is visible. And I'm wondering, what kind of vegetation is going to screen that hardscaping that was already approved with that vegetation there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
Yes, so no real concerns about the the type 2 fence, although we'd rather see it down around 32 inches rather than 38 inches. So there it is, that slide there that shows the patio with the stone wall. I mean, the stone wall, if you go down to slide number 22, I'm sorry, 22. It shows a view through where there it is, where the gate is going. So that clearly is going to be very visible from Silver Street. And I have to wonder if that stone wall was ever actually approved. I mean, I think it's worth checking the previous approval to make sure that stone wall, because it's really unusual, the materials, everything about it is unusual. So I think that it's worth confirming that that was approved before approving this opening to make it even more visible. Before, when that was previously approved, there was a very dense cypress tree screening along Silver Street, so it wasn't privet as this is. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. I would like to begin.
I can.
Ray?
I agree with the comment that Mickey just made as for the fence being 32 inches high rather than 3 feet 2 inches high, 38 versus 32. I think the one across the street, which is a perfect comp to this, is probably 32. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Joe?
I agree with Ray's comment, and with respect to the gate location, well, they say this, if there was no gate, I would have no concerns. With the gate and the questioning of whether or not the elements that are now going to be visible, if that's an issue, then I guess I have an issue with the gate location. So, what's that? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm passing along the previous approval that I just found today, so I apologize, I didn't send it to you all.
Thank you, Holly. That's going to be helpful.
Yeah, and actually, this approval was kind of what I was thinking, that the gate really ought to be sliding towards Orange Street per this approval.
Okay.
Yeah, pass it on.
That's super helpful. So if it followed that, so the fence I have no issue at 32 inches high, painted white, with the gate at the previously approved location.
I'm going to have you guys hold for just a moment until you get this, because there's no
Thank
sense doing this
There we
twice.
go. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
So the fence is on that side. The gate is.
Our approval's here, and she's putting it somewhere down here.
So it's here and then putting it down here. They're not going to.
Yeah, after this, I'm going to check. Where that we're getting rid of some of these
And then put guarantee this.
Angus?
So I don't have any concerns if it is a 32-inch high painted type 2 fence that is shown where it was previously approved.
Okay, Abby?
I'm okay with the fence. I think there should be additional screening. I did see, one of the photographs shows large privets. So is that?
I was gonna comment when we're ready, yeah.
Okay, so that, I
There they are.
assume those are, they're going there? I was going to say, screen the stone wall and the patio, so you can't see it from the street.
Yeah, I can confirm that when we're ready for me to speak.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so the stone, I guess the stone wall that was approved is definitely not the stone wall that's been constructed. So I think that needs to be, it's atypical stone, and I think it needs, well, I don't think, it needs to be hidden from view. And I think moving the gate closer to Orange Street, can we go to the image that showed the, yeah, well, that doesn't really show. Is there one, Tori, that's from further back?
So I do have additional photos, if you're okay with me speaking through you, Mr. Chair.
No, actually, I just wanted to
Oh.
find out. So, yeah, I think that gate needs to be, can we go back to where the exterior shower was? Yeah, oh, this one. To my mind, the footpath needs to, the gate needs to be almost to the left of the shower as you're facing
Sure.
the house. And then a footpath can wrap around so that you are not seeing any of that stone at all.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there room to have a gate like 6 feet up towards Orange Street from the outdoor shower, just so that you don't have, just as we don't want the patio to be visible really from Silver Street, we probably don't want to have the shower right there at the gate either. So more here.
I can answer that through you, Mr. Chair, when you're ready.
Yep, 1 second.
Yep.
So, yeah, Angus, I was actually, 6 feet's fine with me too. I was, anything to the left of that shower door, that's gonna turn gray. And there's, windows and whatnot there, so I'm not as concerned, but I register your point. Let's see, Tori, did you want to comment?
Sure, I just wanted to confirm for Mickey and all of you, the 6-foot privet that was previously approved has been installed. I'm happy to submit additional photos showing that. It does, as you know, give decent lack of visibility throughout the summer season. Of course, in the winter, they lose their leaves. We're more than happy to put the gate, as you've suggested, 6 feet or anything forward of the shower, wherever we land. To answer the question about room to walk, I'd have to measure. I believe there is room to put the gate almost 6 feet up there, definitely between 6 feet and the front edge of the shower. I'm not sure. I'll get it as close as we can up front if that's what you prefer.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the prior approval, and there's plenty of space for a walking path with privet. With the fence located 6 feet,
The gate.
The rightmost edge of the gate while facing it from Silver, located a minimum of 6 feet from the leftmost side of the exterior shower while facing it from Silver Street.
Okay.
What would you like to do, folks?
Is that a motion?
I think I made the motion, and I'll even do the Exhibit A.
Great.
Oh, well, then I'll say so moved, Mr.
Excellent.
Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
We're good, they're gonna have to move some privet.
Fences on the outside.
I mean, it's that or take the wall out. So, no, not when I draw it up, it's not gonna be.
Oh, that's a good question.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Through building with Nantucket in mind shows type 2 cat picket fence at 3 foot 2 inches. Just curious.
Oh, that's, okay, sorry, I stand,
as I
I stand
mentioned,
corrected.
we looked it up,
I
yeah.
stand corrected. If that is the height of the fence across Lion Street, then I'm Silver Street, I'm good to go with the 3.2.
Okay.
As long as it's a standard. I thought it was 32, I'm sorry.
Is there anyone, just to close this thing out, is there anyone adverse to that? Okay, we didn't make it part of the motion that we would change it from the 3'2", so it'll stay at the 3'2".
Oh.
Don't have to change that. Oversight, I didn't want to cite the page that you'd find that on. 172.
172. I only got to 171.
Okay, so it sounds like we're comfortable keeping that
this
height?
afternoon.
Or
And then
Joe
his
might
foot
want to
fell
say
in the
something.
bathtub.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Tori. We'll write up an Exhibit A.
I think Joe might
Yes.
want to have a comment.
Guys, yep.
That's what I was expecting as well.
Let's back up. We
there's
did
enough
close
room.
this. It's a white picket fence. I presume it's going to be on the outside of the privet. Correct?
That is what we were proposing, yes.
Yeah.
It'd be ridiculous to have it inside.
No, I was just saying that when I draw up the exhibit, we're going way off here. Typically, it's nice to have that just be inset, one picket depth. So you turn the corner in and the gate is inset.
Got it.
Because then that gives you a sense of introduction to the space as opposed to just having a fence that's got a gate in it somewhere.
I
that's
missed
kind of
that,
like
thank you, okay. Gate
Okay, so
inside.
I'll write that up. And I am not, on the next one, Ray, you're chairing.
And just, sorry, we're okay with 3 foot 2 inches per building with Nantucket in mind, it sounds
Yeah.
like. Okay, thank you.
And then I just want to get kind of squared away. Do we have, we've been running a little late, a couple of these meetings, number one. We have 42 Monahans, Vale's here, 31 Squam, Ray's here.
Well, Lisa's here.
And Lisa's here. Oh, hey, Lisa. 106 Squam Road is going to be at earliest around 8:15 or so. And he's in Zoom. I would suggest that at 8:15, we take up the minutes and then we move the meeting to be over, as opposed to trying to squash 4 applications for 106 Guam Road in this evening.
That's realistic.
And the reason I wanted to articulate that is because even if we didn't do that, we will not, you guys here for 126? I'll take it out of order if it's simply on the agenda. You go ahead, I'll repeat what you say. You don't need to come down. No. We're not taking statements.
Just tell us what the question is.
So it said that there's alternates all of a sudden, so it was first for May 14th, but Diane's still.
Okay, you guys, I'm not gonna get into, sorry, because it would be out of order literally and out of order on the agenda. So what I would ask is that if you have a question about who's sitting, put it in an email, send it to Holly. She can address it by reviewing the minutes, and it can be addressed prior to the next hearing. Okay, because we're not gonna dig into
She's
itself.
gonna tell them what's going on.
Okay.
And answer the question. Okay, so is it good?
It's to Ray, and then we're gonna, yeah.
Okay, so now we are at our first old business of 6-4, Servants Heart Ministries. Val, go.
Okay.
Oh, all right, so I think we all know who the board members are. Here they are. Myself, Abby, Joe, Connie. We lost
Diane is
Diane.
gone.
She's off the board now. So you're okay with 4-person board?
Yeah, I think it's good to stick with who's.
I think so too. Okay,
Okay.
let's go.
So essentially, what it
Hey,
really
guys in
came.
the back.
Yep.
Can you
Carrie?
guys go in the hall, please?
Okay, continue.
Essentially, what this came down to was more details and materials than massing. I got the feeling everybody was okay with the massing. So we're shingling the building instead of making it metal. We got rid of a lot of the arched windows except for a few
Ones
that
on
we
the
want
back.
in the main part of the church. What's that? Yeah, in the
On the
back.
back.
We added a little steeple. And overall, we just simplified. We took away the shutters and, yeah, I really came away with my notes as just detail stuff, so.
Okay. Do you guys want to say anything, or should we just?
She said it.
She said it pretty well, I think. Okay, so then why don't we go?
I can go.
All right.
I really appreciate the revisions, Val. I think I love the cupola for the steeple. I think that's so Nantucket and really works. And I really like the regular 6/6s, I think they are. Yeah, 6/6s instead of the fancy arches. And you just have the arch for the front door. I think that's great. I think it's just a drawing error that the columns don't go out to the edge of the roof. So I'm sure that's fine. And,
Abby, I'm sorry.
see the columns on the portico?
Yes.
We'll see how the fascia above the column doesn't quite fit. There's like,
Because that's a beam.
it doesn't go all the way out to it doesn't cover the column? Doesn't go, it looks like it's a little short.
The beam above that the columns are supporting,
Yeah,
I think it's actually slightly long. Usually it stops before you get to the Capitol, but that's like a serious detail. I think it's okay. I mean,
well, I just wanted to be structurally sound if that.
oh,
Yeah. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Obviously it's, what is the color of the trim? Is it like a platinum gray or is that a? And then the
It's a
trim,
gray.
the sash is white?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or gray.
Or
either
gray,
one.
yeah, gray would be great. I'd be in favor of that. And I like the clear story windows. I think they could even be repeated all the way to the end, but, maybe you have a bathroom there or something. So I'll stop there, but I think it's a good-looking building.
okay.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you very much. Let's see, Connie, Joe.
I can go.
Okay.
I appreciate all the changes. I love the steeple. Good job. I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Joseph?
That was quick. I appreciate the changes too. And I think that the use of the employment of the trellises in the arched form is a clever way to bring back that vernacular in a soft way, which shows up on the renderings. I think that's good. I agree with Abby's comment about the clear story. I think you could get at least one more window on each of those cheek walls that you're viewing obliquely, because it looks a little bit void in that area. And the only other thought I had was the size of the window in we'll call it the steeple, whether or not it should be slightly wider and slightly taller, but I go back and forth on that because this isn't quite a cupola. It's kind of trying to do two different things, but if it was a cupola, it would be mostly glass. You wouldn't see all that shingle. I'm curious if anybody else had that thought at all, but otherwise, I think it's a cleverly massed building in terms of stepped massing, and a way to mitigate the height from the entryway and try to hide a sizable footprint. Those are my comments.
Joe, thank you. Joe brings up an interesting point. So if this were a residential building, we would be calling that a cupola. But I think because this is a religious building, it's not really a cupola.
Right.
It's actually a steeple.
Right.
And so as such, you almost want it to be, narrower with more glass in the way that a steeple is. But, that's just a clarification what, if anything, we do with that, I don't know.
We're happy to make those taller.
Okay, so I just want to say for the record that, this clearly is not something that the board would typically approve. Like, if this was a house, there'd be a lot of things about this that we would not be approving. But this is not a house, and, frankly, in 10 years on this board, this is the first time I'm approving a religious building, which is kind of cool. So, its shape, the sort of angular shape of it and everything, I think is appropriate to religious architecture. So I'm in favor. Thank you very much for the revisions. I think they accomplished everything that we hoped they would. So I'm good too.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We do have a hand raised.
Hand raised, let's see. Meredith Lepre.
She's in a butter.
Oh, did she want it further away? Meredith, you want to unmute?
I believe I did. Can you hear me? This is actually Matthew Peel, Meredith's husband.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, but yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you, and I agree with everything Abby said. My main concern is, though, yes, it is a religious building, but at the same time, there's going to be people living here year round, and numerous people. There's already, well, I mean, contrary to belief, but there's quite a few people living on the property as is. And so I know that's not in your purview, but this is also going to be a year-round residence as well. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. It's serving a double purpose here. So
Okay.
that's one of our main concerns, and also the massing and size. I really appreciate everything that they've done as far as the siding and everything like that. I'm sure every neighbor in the neighborhood, in the 2 square mile radius would appreciate, the moving inside and the quietness of it, with the music and the bands and everything that they have as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comment. Yes, I do recognize that it is, more than just a church. It's also it's got a residential component. I was only addressing the fact that, the architecture, the lines of the building aren't necessarily something we would approve on a house, which this clearly is not. But thank you for your comments. So having said all that, would somebody like to move this?
I think we can move it
Okay.
if I know what your feelings are about the cupola.
Well, I think narrower would make it feel more like a steeple.
Narrow the
Like,
whole
like,
thing up.
like by how many feet?
To the size of the window.
My inclination would be to, because you're not going to do that through staff, would be to, I don't know, this is kind of strange, but do you approve this as is? Because I don't find it offensive, but I think you could improve the cupola and
I
come
agree.
back with
I
a
agree.
couple of cupola options for us to look at. So you reach your approval milestone with the understanding that we do think there's room to improve the language of that. And having reviewed cupolas in the past, you rarely get them right the first or the second time, not you, but every applicant, myself included. So I think you have to take a nuanced look at that.
Do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it would mean a resubmission of new business, an
But
amendment
they're
to
getting
the
an approval
approval.
for what they
Yeah,
have.
so,
Okay, yeah, so we can just approve it as is,
Okay. Yeah.
with the cupola, but.
with the cupola as is, because I think it's fine as is, but I think you have an opportunity to improve it. Although,
Looks snazzier.
yeah.
You want snazzy.
Well, listen, in the interest of simplification and moving it along, we can approve it as is.
Okay.
But as a religious building, to have the message being sent to observers that it is a religious building as opposed to just a plain old cupola is probably, in your best interest. So Joe is just suggesting,
Yeah.
come up with some stuff, come back, and we'll accept it as a revision. Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted. Is it going to have a
cross on the top? That might have
Cross on
a,
the top?
yeah, is,
No, I
or
don't
no,
care
no,
about
just
the
simple.
cross On the top.
Okay.
We'll discuss it.
So just as is.
Okay, so Abby's motion is to approve as submitted, I believe. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There it is. Okay, folks, there you go. Good luck. Okay, now I gotta move away.
Oh, listen.
So,
All right.
so, I just lost one thing.
Good evening, Lisa.
Good evening.
We are on to 31 Squam Road, Reno, add move. There's a sitting board. Myself, not Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie, and where are we in the rotation, Connie, between Connie and Joe?
I'm
Yeah.
actually, wait a minute.
You're an alternate.
Oh, I'm not on this, I'm on 106. Okay, sorry.
So who was last in who sat last? Joe? Okay, so Connie, you're up. Okay, when you're ready, Lisa.
Okay, these are revisions to 31 Squam Road. It was, the last time it was looked at, there was concern about, there was appreciation for the fact that it's a single-story massing, concern about the amount of fenestration, which we've addressed, and also a request for some site sections to sort of show the topography from the beach. I think there was a little, I wasn't here, but Ray represented it. There was some concern, not concern, but people weren't sure how the move away from the bluff was going to affect the visibility. So if you go, those are the site sections that just went past. Sorry that they're sideways. Oh, you can fix that. Okay. So on the east facing elevation, which is facing the beach, we removed 2 pairs of French doors. We also got rid of the full height side lights on the bedrooms and made those just regular double hung windows. So there's a regular height, I'm sorry, they were double hungs, but they used to touch the ground, and they were molded with the French doors. On the north elevation, we did the same thing. We removed a door, turned it into a double hung window, and then took a full height double hung window and made it a regular sized window. On the west, we added barn doors. There was, even though I don't think you'll see the west elevation from any place, there was concern about the glazing on the front door. So we added barn doors over that. And then on the east, it was just simple change of reducing, getting rid of a door and turning that into a window. Or, sorry, getting rid of a tall double hung and turning that into a window.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa?
The water.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
Thank you. So for the record, this is a structure part of the Hutton family estate from the 1930s. Appreciate the changes, appreciate the context photos and the existing structures, conditions, and appreciate the proposed demo plan showing the existing main mast with the fireplace that's being retained with the small flanking masses being removed. Still have concerns with the proposed glazing. I do see the changes, but I'm curious on what that percentage is. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Is there a SWAM group? No? Okay. Let's see. Again, it's myself, Abby, Val, Carrie, and Connie. Any concerns, anyone?
I appreciate the changes a
Val.
lot. Val, yes. I think it really did make a difference on that east elevation. Just shortening those up to make them look more like windows and.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Abby?
My concern would be the glazing on this elevation here. Is this east? I appreciate what you've done and brought those few 4 windows up, but if there was any way to make any more reduction in fenestration, I think I'd be happy with that. But I think it's It's a wonderful renovation.
Okay,
I'll
thank
hold my
you.
comments.
Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that you've reduced a little bit, but I still think it's excessive fenestration. I still wish that you had brought back some more of the picture windows that were at that original estate in the buildings that were. you
Well,
know,
we have an
long since
alternate with
demolished.
pictures.
Well, please.
Sorry.
And, yeah, that's it. I think, I appreciate that you did the site section. I was really curious as to where the actual dune grasses were in relation to this building. Because that indicates where you can walk on the public beach versus where the house is and the dune. But
You're gonna be, I
see
think,
where-
I think there are some pictures. You're quite, but I'll wait, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I see
Steve.
the drop and I'm imagining that's what the dune is, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I have similar concerns on that east elevation with the fenestration. I appreciate the changes, but I agree that maybe we could do a little more. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. So I kind of want to talk horse trading a little bit. We had Andrew in here, and he came up with a glazing solution that was with the light study. And for me, look, this is not going to be visible unless you're walking on the beach. And to the extent it's visible, it's going to be probably maybe the top half of the windows or doors because you're at a lower elevation and so on and so forth. And you may not even see those. But it's more from the ocean side. And, you know, I think it was a reasonable concern that we voiced to Andrew and from the harbor side, having the night lighting showing through, and they came up with a glazing solution that, you know, unfortunately costs a little bit more, but Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Turtle glass. Thank you. So a little bit of turtle glass, in my mind, goes a long way in wrapping this thing up. I agree that I think a couple of picture windows in there would be nice throwback. However, again, it's going to be visible to a very limited view, and it's going to primarily show up at night when you're passing by. So if the turtle glass is something that can be done, then I would go for it. I will note, it is not the harbor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is not going to be a widely traveled waterway on a regular basis. So I'm not hard and fast on needing turtle glass. I'm just kind of throwing it out there to see if we can move this along.
I'm certainly open to that conceptually, so we can move along with the rest of the work we have to do. I think once the building is moved and, you know, restructured, I think there'll be an opportunity to look at the visibility and determine if that's needed, and I can, and in the meantime, I'll research turtle glass. I did look at doing picture windows in the main mass. The owners just, they don't actually use any air conditioning, and they really want windows that operate. That was the rationale for sticking with a double hung. That was her preference.
I'm just going to add, I think, given to the extent you're going to be able to see and discern the difference between the two,
Right.
which isn't going to happen. So it's more of a nostalgic throwback, but,
Yeah.
and not to, you know, take away from anyone's comments, but I'm just trying to be practical on that. I am thinking that I need to get some feedback from you guys. What do we want to do?
I would like to see a little more reduction, and I don't care if it's turtle glass or not. I think this is a little bit more in your face, like if you're walking down the beach. You know, the other one was up on the hill in the harbor, blah, blah. This one is more, you know, it's more the human level, and I think the glass is going to really stand out. And I'd like to see a little bit reduction, or, you know, maybe work in one of those sort of picture windows. I think that would be kind of cool. So I would be in favor of.
Or should we do a Sunday, one sec, should we do a Sunday Pinot walk
Yes,
and kind of see what can be seen?
if I
I
understand
would rather
you.
wait till the building is moved,
Yeah.
because it's going further back.
Hold on, please.
It's going further back from the bluff.
Okay.
And,
Carrie?
sorry, Carrie.
Carrie?
I just have a question about all the glass, because you've got two gables forward and then the main central mass. And then you have two connectors that have full four doors of glass. why are those necessary when each gable piece has French doors? Couldn't those be picture windows
I-
just to quiet it down? and have
Those could be
some wall?
picture windows. I think they were, the idea was that you'd be able to, walk through the buildings at those locations. There's basically connectors.
Right, so they're
But
not
if
so
that
important
is,
to
Guys,
have-
no back and forth.
yeah, but if that's,
I understand, but a simple, please. Yeah, we want to still get out of here.
if that's, something that would work in terms of getting an approval, I would certainly entertain that and come back
Okay.
if, with visibility,
Lisa,
once
it
ability is
seems
trained.
as if there needs to be a modification. There's been some attention to the picture windows. Is anyone adverse, because I don't think we want to do this another time after this. Is there a sense of the meeting that if the connectors were changed out to picture windows, similar to what was there previously, that would be acceptable? Is there anyone who would be adverse to that?
I don't understand how you think those are gonna reduce anything.
Well, just because it's floor to ceiling glass, the whole width of the connectors, that's all, and it wouldn't be.
Can't we
like
leave
some
it up to
shingle.
Lisa to?
Okay, well, I
present?
just, number one, I really would ask you guys cut the crosstalk. We've gotten through the meeting. It's 8:30. Please wrap it up. I'm good to.
I'd like to hold for revisions.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to those revisions.
I know.
So that we don't do this again, because this is the second time we've done it. So we need
Right.
to discuss it, but we need to do it in an orderly fashion.
I'm hoping that I could make a suggestion just to get a staff approval, since this was heard the last time on May 21st. And it's taken, 6 weeks, 5 weeks to get back. So if I take those connectors and remove on this elevation, the 2 outer French doors, so it's just a pair of French doors in the middle, so that they look like a smaller opening, and then we could come back for view.
So approval
After-
based upon a set of 2 doors in each connector, and that's no other fenestration in the connectors.
That's right. And
At
then
this
I'll-
point.
At this point, and then I can come back and look at that once the building is moved.
So,
No,
No, the connectors.
The 4 doors would go to 2? No.
Nope, the connectors.
Keep going over to the
Talk
right.
about taking those two out and those two out.
okay, cool.
Is everybody okay with that?
yes.
Okay, can we get a motion for an Exhibit A that shows the 4 doors and the connectors changed to 2 doors, and we'll hold off on the whole turtle thing. Motion? Val?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thing to do.
Can we get that one, please, for Exhibit A? And we have minutes to review, none to approve. And with many thanks to everyone, could we please get a motion to adjourn? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Woo.